मनोजवित्वं विकरणभावः प्रधानजयश्च सत्त्वपुरुषान्यताख्यातिमात्रस्य सर्वभावाधिष्ठातृत्वं सर्वज्ञातृत्वं च तद्वैराग्यादपि दोषबीजक्षये कैवल्यम् स्थान्युपनिमन्त्रणे सङ्गस्मयाकरणं पुनरनिष्टप्रसङ्गात् क्षणतत्क्रमयोस्संयमाद्विवेकजं ज्ञानम् जातिलक्षणदेशैरन्यतानवच्छेदात् तुल्ययोस्ततः प्रतिपत्तिः तारकं सर्वविषयं सर्वथा विषयमक्रमञ्चेति विवेकजं ज्ञानम् सत्त्वपुरुषयोः शुद्धिः साम्ये कैवल्यमिति इति पातञ्जलयोगसूत्रेषु तृतीयो विभूतिपादः। अथ पातञ्जलयोगसूत्राणि अथ चतुर्थः कैवल्यपादः। जन्मौषधिमन्त्रतपःसमाधिजासिद्धयः जात्यन्तरपरिणामः प्रकृत्या पुरात् निमित्तमप्रयोजकं प्रकृतीनां वर्णभेदस्तु ततः क्षेत्रिकवत् निर्माणचित्तान्यस्मिता मात्रात् प्रवृत्तिभेदे प्रयोजकं चित्तमेकमनेकेषाम् तत्र ध्यानजमनाशयम् कर्माशुक्ला कृष्णै योगिनस्त्रिविधमितरेषाम् ततस्तद्विपाकानुगुणानामेवाभिव्यक्तिर्वासनानाम् जातिदेशकालव्यवहितानामप्यानन्तर्यं स्मृतिसंस्कारयोरेकरूपत्वात् तासामनादित्वं चाशिषो नित्यत्वात् हेतुफलाश्रयालम्बनैः सङ्गृहीतत्वादेशामभावे तदभावः अतीतानागतं स्वरूपतोऽस्त्यध्वभेदाद्धर्माणाम् ते व्यक्तसूक्ष्मा गुणात्मानः परिणामैकत्वाद् वस्तुतत्त्वम् वस्तुसाम्ये चित्तभेदात्तयोर्विभक्तः पन्थाः न चैकचित्ततन्त्रं वस्तु तदप्रमाणकं तदा किं स्यात् तदुपरागापेक्षित्वात् चित्तस्य वस्तु ज्ञाताज्ञातम् सदा ज्ञाताश्चित्तवृत्तयस्तत्प्रभोः पुरुषस्यापरिणामित्वात् न तत्स्वाभासन्दृश्यत्वात् एकसमये चोभयानवधारणम् चित्तान्तरदृश्ये बुद्धेरतिप्रसङ्गस्मृतिसङ्करश्च.
We shall be starting the session in another 5 minutes, so all of you please settle down.
चितेरप्रतिसङ्क्रमायास्तदाकारापत्तौ स्वबुद्धिसंवेदनम् द्रष्टृदृश्योपरक्तं चित्तं सर्वार्थम् तदसङ्ख्येयवासनाभिश्चित्रमपि परार्थं संहत्यकारित्वात् विशेषदर्शिन आत्मभावनाविनिवृत्तिः तदा विवेकनिम्नं कैवल्यप्राग्भारं चित्तम् तच्छिद्रेषु प्रत्ययान्तराणि संस्कारेभ्यः हानमेषां क्लेशवदुक्तम् प्रसङ्ख्यानेऽप्यकुसीदस्य सर्वथा विवेकख्यातेर्धर्ममेघः समाधिः ततः क्लेशकर्मनिवृत्तिः तदा सर्वावरणमलापेतस्य ज्ञानस्यानन्त्याज्ञेयमल्पम् ततः कृतार्थानां परिणामक्रमसमाप्तिर्गुणानां क्षणप्रतियोगी परिणामापरान्तनिर्ग्राह्यः पुरुषार्थशून्यानां गुणानां प्रतिप्रसवः कैवल्यं स्वरूपप्रतिष्ठावाचितिशक्तिरिति इति पातञ्जलयोगसूत्रेषु चतुर्थः कैवल्यपादः इति श्रीपातञ्जलयोगसूत्राणि.
ಹಲೋ 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 ಅಂತ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ. ಹಲೋ ನಮ್ಮ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದಾನೆ ಕೇಳಿ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ ಹತ್ರ ಮಾತಾಡಿ. ಹಲೋ ಹಲೋ ಹತ್ರದಿಂದ ತುಂಬ ಕಷ್ಟ. ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಹಲೋ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಸರಿ. ಹಾಂ ಬಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಮೈಕ್ ಆನ್ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವರು. ಅದನ್ನೇ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಕೇಳಿಸ್.
ಇನ್ನು ಕೆಲವೇ ಕ್ಷಣಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಆರಂಭಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಶಾಂತವಾಗಿ ಕುಳಿತು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ವೀಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ತಮ್ಮ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಫೋನ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಸೈಲೆಂಟಲ್ಲಿಡಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ, ನಾನು ಜ್ಯೋತಿ ಪ್ರವೀಣ್.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ, ನಾನು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವೀಣಾ.
ಪ್ರಣಮಾಮಿ ಪತಂಜಲಿ ಕಾಲಾತೀತ ಯೋಗ ಗುರು ಸ್ಮರಣಾಂಜಲಿ ನಮನ ಆಚರಣೆಗೆ ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಪ್ರೀತಿಪೂರ್ವಕ ಸ್ವಾಗತ ಹಾಗೂ ನಾಡ ಹಬ್ಬ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯೋತ್ಸವದ ಹಾರ್ದಿಕ ಶುಭಾಶಯಗಳು.
A warm welcome to you all to this unique celebration of Patanjali, the timeless guru of yoga, organized by Indian Yoga Association, Karnataka chapter, in association with Yoga Vijnana, Center for Yoga, Therapy and Research, Yoga Vijnana Foundation, Indica Yoga and RV Institute of Management.
ಇಂದಿನ ಪ್ರಣಮಾಮಿ ಪತಂಜಲಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದ ಪ್ರಮುಖ ಯೋಗಾಚಾರ್ಯರಾದ ಶ್ರೀ ಶ್ರೀಧರನ್ ಎಸ್, IYA ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ EC ಮೆಂಬರ್, ಸೀನಿಯರ್ ಟೀಚರ್ KYM, ಶ್ರೀ ವಿನಯಚಂದ್ರ ಬನವತಿ, ಫೌಂಡರ್ ಇಂಡಿಕಾ ಯೋಗ IYA ಲೈಫ್ ಮೆಂಬರ್, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ A ಸುಬ್ರಮಣಿಯನ್, ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ IYA ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ, ಫೌಂಡರ್ ಅಷ್ಟಾಂಗ ಯೋಗ, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವಿಶ್ವನಾಥ್ MV, ಅಡ್ಜಂಕ್ಟ್ ಫ್ಯಾಕಲ್ಟಿ ITI ಹೈದರಾಬಾದ್, ಸೀನಿಯರ್ IKS ಫ್ಯಾಕಲ್ಟಿ ಯೋಗ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ, ಶ್ರೀ ವಿನಯ್ ಸಿದ್ದಯ್ಯ, ಫೌಂಡರ್ ಯೋಗ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್, ಕನ್ವೀನರ್ IYA ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ, ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಪುರುಷೋತ್ತಮ್ ಬಂಗ್, ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ RV ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಆಗಮಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಗೌರವಪೂರ್ವಕ ಸ್ವಾಗತ.
It's a tradition to begin any program with prayers seeking the blessing of God.
ಬ್ರಹ್ಮತ್ವದ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಜ್ಯೋತಿ ದೀಪ ಕೇವಲ ಬೆಳಕು ನೀಡುವ ವಸ್ತುವಲ್ಲ. ಪರಬ್ರಹ್ಮ, ದಿವ್ಯ ಚಕ್ಷು, ದೈವೀ ಶಕ್ತಿ, ದಿವ್ಯತೆ, ಪರಿಶೋಧತೆ, ಬ್ರಹ್ಮಾನಂದ, ದಿವ್ಯ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಎಂಬ ಅಂಶಗಳನ್ನು ಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿಸುವ ದೀಪವನ್ನು ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆಯ ಮೂಲಕ ಜ್ಯೋತಿ ಬೆಳಗುವುದರೊಂದಿಗೆ ವಿದ್ಯುಕ್ತವಾಗಿ ಆರಂಭಿಸೋಣ. ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆ. ಅಕ್ಷತಾ ರಾವ್, ಸಾಫ್ಟ್ವೇರ್ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಷನಲ್, ಸರ್ಟಿಫೈಡ್ ಯೋಗ ಟೀಚರ್, ಯೋಗ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ.
May we now call upon the dignitaries on the dais for the R3 to commemorate sage Patanjali to mark the beginning of today's program. Sri Sridharan sir, IYA EC member, senior teacher at KYM, shall be joining us a little later.
Shubham kurutvam kalyanam आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः दीपज्योतिः परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपज्योतिः परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पापं सन्ध्यादीपनमोऽस्तु ते दीपो हरतु मे पापं सन्ध्यादीपनमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः ॐ योगेन चित्तस्य पदेन वाचा मलं शरीरस्य च वैद्यकेन योपाकरोतं प्रवरं मुनीनां पतञ्जलिं प्राञ्जलिरानतोऽस्मि ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः
Thank you, Akshata, for such a wonderful invocation. And thank you, all the dignitaries, for the inauguration of the program.
ಅತಿ ಪುರಾತನ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ಅತಿಶಯೋಕ್ತಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಭಕ್ತಿ, ಜ್ಞಾನ, ವೈರಾಗ್ಯ, ಯೋಗ, ತಪಸ್ಸು ಮುಂತಾದ ನಾನಾ ಮಾರ್ಗಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬೃಹತ್ ಗ್ರಂಥಗಳನ್ನಿದ್ದ ಬೌದ್ಧಿಕ ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು, ತಾತ್ವಿಕ ನಿಲುವುಗಳನ್ನು, ಭಾಷಾ ಮೀಮಾಂಸೆಗಳನ್ನಿತ್ತ ಭಾರತ ಧರ್ಮಭೂಮಿ, ಕರ್ಮಭೂಮಿ, ಪುಣ್ಯಭೂಮಿ ಹಾಗೂ ತಪೋಭೂಮಿಯೂ ಹೌದು. ಭಾರತದ ಪ್ರಾಚೀನ ಸಂಪ್ರದಾಯದ ಅಮೂಲ್ಯ ಕೊಡುಗೆ ಯೋಗ. ಯೋಗವನ್ನು ಆರಂಭಿಕ ರೂಪಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು 2600-1900ರ ಸುಮಾರಿಗೆ ಸಿಂಧೂ ಕಣಿವೆಯ ನಾಗರಿಕತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಯೋಗದ ಭಂಗಿಗಳು, ಜ್ಞಾನವನ್ನು ಚಿತ್ರಿಸುವ ಮುದ್ರೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕಾಣಬಹುದು. ಯೋಗದ ನಂತರದ ವಿಕಾಸ ಉಪನಿಷತ್ತೆಂದು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ.
As yoga gains importance and recognition as a tool for one's health and well-being all over the world, it's important to remember sage Patanjali and his significant contribution to Indian philosophy, yoga and linguistics. This celebration marks the joyous remembrance and reverence for sage Patanjali through understanding one of his most important contributions, the Yoga Sutras. Yoga Sutras, a foundational text for the practice of yoga that outlines the philosophy, practice and ethical guidelines for self-realization. Every yoga practitioner would have heard or read Yoga Sutras. The Yoga Sutras are considered one of the core texts of classical yoga and have been highly influential in shaping the philosophy and practice of yoga worldwide. Patanjali describes yoga as chitta vritti nirodha, that is restraint of mental modifications, in 4 chapters through 195 verses or sutras. We have highly accomplished eminent speakers today who would decode and explain the Patanjali Yoga Sutras and how these could be adopted in our modern world. Let us begin today's program with first chapter, the Samadhipada. Sage Patanjali lived between 2nd century BCE to 4th century CE. He is considered an incarnation of Adishesha, who was blessed by Lord Shiva to shower humanity with blessings and fulfill his own desire to master dance. A virtuous woman, Gonika, totally devoted to yoga, was praying to God for a child. She prostrated herself before the sun with handful of water in her joined palms to bless her with a child. As she was about to drop the water, she was astonished to see a baby in her palms, the Anjali, a baby that had the upper body of a human being and the lower torso of the tail of a snake. This was none other than Adishesha, who was named as Patanjali. Pata meaning falling and Anjali means joining palms of the hand. We invite the chanting team and Dr. Vinay Chandra Banavati to take the dais.
ಇಂದಿನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಪ್ರಮುಖ ಘಟ್ಟವಾದ ಯೋಗ ಸೂತ್ರದ ಪಠಣೆಯನ್ನ ಅಕ್ಷತಾ ರಾವ್ ಹಾಗೂ ತಂಡದವರು ನಡೆಸಿಕೊಡಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ತಂಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ರಮಾ ಶಿವಸ್ವಾಮಿ, ಶ್ರೀ ಗೋವಿಂದ ದೇವೇಕರ್, ಶ್ರೀ ಚೇತನ್ ಪಿ, ಕುಮಾರಿ ಕವಿತಾ ಕಾಮರಾಜ್ ಯೋಗ ಸೂತ್ರದ ಮೊದಲನೆಯ ಅಧ್ಯಾಯವನ್ನು ಈಗ ಪಠಿಸಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
It's my privilege to introduce Dr. Vinay Chandra Banavati. Dr. Vinay Chandra Banavati is the co-founder and director of Indica Yoga. He is also a member of the founding team of Chanakya University, Bangalore. Dr. Banavati is a scholar in the field of Sanskrit, yoga and Indian psychology. He has been a visiting faculty at several universities in India and abroad, including the University of Gand, Belgium, SRH, Hochschule, Heidelberg and Zurich University of Applied Sciences, Zurich, offering courses on Indic studies, yoga, psychology, etc. With nearly 2 decades of experience in teaching, research, consultancy and policy making, he is involved in several important initiatives at the national level, including NEP 2020. His publications include a report on standardization of yoga terminologies for WHO, a co-edited book titled Perspectives on Indian Psychology, and a co-authored book titled Happiness, Indic Perspectives. I request Dr. Vinay Chandra Banavati to summarize the Samadhipada after the chanting. Over to the chanting team.
योगेन चित्तस्य पदेन वाचा मलं शरीरस्य च करोत्तं प्रवरं मुनीनां पतञ्जलिं प्राञ्जलिरानतोऽस्मि। अथ पातञ्जलयोगसूत्राणि अथ प्रथमः समाधिपादः अथ योगानुशासनम् योगश्चित्तवृत्तिनिरोधः तदा द्रष्टुस्वरूपेव स्थानम् वृत्तिसारूप्यमितरत्र वृत्तयः पञ्चतयः क्लिष्टाः प्रमाणविपर्ययविकल्पनिद्रास्मृतयः प्रत्यक्षानुमानागमाः प्रमाणानि विपर्ययो मिथ्याज्ञानमतद्रूपप्रतिष्ठम् शब्दज्ञानानुपाती वस्तुशून्यो विकल्पः अभावप्रत्ययालम्बनावृत्तिर्निद्रा अनुभूतविषया सम्प्रमोषस्मृतिः अभ्यासवैराग्याभ्यान्तन्निरोधः तत्र स्थितौ यत्नोऽभ्यासः स तु दीर्घकालनैरन्तर्यसत्कारासेवितो दृढभूमिः दृष्टानुश्रविकविषयवितृष्णस्य वशीकारसंज्ञा वैराग्यम् तत्परं पुरुषख्यातेर्गुणवैतृष्ण्यम् वितर्कविचारानन्दास्मितारूपानुगमात् सम्प्रज्ञातः विरामप्रत्ययाभ्यासपूर्वः संस्कारशेषोऽन्यः भवप्रत्ययो विदेहप्रकृतिलयानां श्रद्धा वीर्यस्मृति समाधि प्रज्ञापूर्वक इतरेषाम् तीव्र संवेगानामासन्नः मृदु मध्यादिमात्रत्वात् ततोऽपि विशेषः ईश्वर प्रणिधानाद्वा क्लेशकर्म विपाकाशयैरपरामृष्टः पुरुष विशेष ईश्वरः तत्र निरतिशयं सर्वज्ञबीजम् स पूर्वेषामपि गुरुः कालेनानवच्छेदात् तस्य वाचकः प्रणवः तज्जपस्तदर्थभावनम् ततः प्रत्यक्चेतनाधिगमोऽप्यन्तरायाभावश्च व्याधिस्त्यानसंशयप्रमादालस्य विरतिभ्रान्तिदर्शनालब्धभूमिकत्वानवस्थितत्वानि चित्तविक्षेपास्तेऽन्तरायाः दुःखदौर्मनस्याङ्गमे जयत्वश्वास प्रश्वासा विक्षेपसः भुवः तत्प्रतिषेधार्थमेकतत्त्वाभ्यासः मैत्री करुणामुदितोपेक्षाणां सुखदुःखपुण्यापुण्यविषयाणां भावनातश्चित्तप्रसादनम् प्रच्छर्दनविधारणाभ्यां वा प्राणस्य विषयवती वा प्रवृत्तिरुत्पन्ना मनसस्थितिनिबन्धिनी विशोका वा ज्योतिष्मती वीतरागविषयं वा चित्तम् स्वप्ननिद्राज्ञानालम्बनं वा यथाभिमतध्यानाद्वा परमाणुपरममहत्त्वान्तोऽस्य वशीकारः क्षीणवृत्तेरभिजातस्येव मणेर्ग्रहीतृग्रहणग्राह्येषु ततस्तदञ्जनता समापत्तिः तत्र शब्दार्थज्ञानविकल्पैः सङ्कीर्णा सवितर्का समापत्तिः स्मृतिपरिशुद्धौ स्वरूपशून्ये वार्थमात्रनिर्भासा निर्वितर्का एतयैव सविचारा निर्विचारा च सूक्ष्मविषया व्याख्याता सूक्ष्मविषयत्वं चालिङ्गपर्यवसानम् ता एव सबीजः समाधिः निर्विचारवैशारद्येऽध्यात्मप्रसादः ऋतम्भरा तत्र प्रज्ञा श्रुतानुमानप्रज्ञाभ्यामन्यविषया विशेषार्थत्वात् तज्ज संस्कारोऽन्यसंस्कारप्रतिबन्धी तस्यापि निरोधे सर्वनिरोधान्निर्बीजः समाधिः इति पातञ्जलयोगसूत्रेषु प्रथमः समाधिपादः.
So we now request Dr. Vinay Chandra Banavati to take over and give us a summary of the Samadhipada.
Sabhaye Namaha, Sabhasadbhyo Namaha. At the outset, I would like to really congratulate everyone, one for being here, and more than that, to listen to the chanting of Yoga Sutra with so many people participating. It itself is a feat. We are familiar with other chantings. There could be Gita chantings, there could be some other chantings which is done in a collective manner. But this is a very new initiative which is also gaining a lot of interest. So I really congratulate everyone who is there and also the organizers, especially Subhuji and Vinay Siddhayaji for putting this in this manner. And also as speakers for us, one can have enough time to reflect upon the Yoga Sutra. Any time would be less. But here is an opportunity, here is a challenge to present everything in a TED stock style, 18 minutes, 20 minutes format. So let's do an attempt towards that end and see how we'll be able to bring together some of the key points, key insights from the first chapter of the Yoga Sutra. So it's equally a challenge, I assume, at least for me, for other speakers as well, because all of us are used to long lectures. So how do we do it is the question. So we'll try to summarize and just focus upon, bring spotlight on few central ideas of the first chapter of the Yoga Sutra. First thing, as you would be familiar, the very sutra literature is something very interesting and fascinating. Unlike the other texts that we come across, which are lengthy in format, in prosaic manner, here you have a style which is very clearly defined. One of the primary characteristics of a sutra literature is alpaksharam. It has to have as minimum number of syllables or alphabets as possible, not even words. Alpa akshara. This is the fundamental first criteria. Second one, asandigdham. It has to be unambiguous. While I can say it something in brief, but it could lead to a lot of confusion and chaos, so that has to be avoided. Asandigdham. Then saravat. It has to contain a lot of essence. It should be pregnant with meaning. Then vishvato mukham. Its application should be wide enough. I mean, that's exactly the reason why even after 2500 years of the compilation of the Yoga Sutras, we find it relevant. Especially when we look into certain sections, it's almost, it feels like it's being addressed to us at this space and this time. So something that transcends the limitations of space and time. Vishvato mukham. Then astobhyam. Astobhyam, something which is devoid of faults. As minimum distortion from the original intent or the idea. That is astobhyam. And anavadyam, presented in a very clear manner which upholds the dignity of the entire text, the tradition, everything. So these are the 6 characteristics of sutra literature, and perhaps it was the way in which a lot of literature was being composed around 2000 years ago. So we find sutras in the yoga tradition, similarly we find it in the Nyaya tradition, in the Vaisheshika tradition, in the Vedanta tradition, that is called as Brahma Sutra. And even in others extended shastras also, there is a Kama Sutra, there is Alankara related sutras are there. So every tradition, every shastra tradition has its own content being presented in the sutra style, and Yoga Sutra also follows the same. In that manner, this has about 196 sutras, very short statements. Perhaps the first one is the shortest, and then the list goes on. The first sutra contains only Atha Yoga Anushasanam, 2-worded sutra. So before going to it, just one more background information that is required here is the text contains 4 chapters. Each has a specific set of sutras depending on the primary idea that is being presented in that particular chapter. For the first one, as we know, the name is Samadhipada. So that means exploration of the state of Samadhi is the primary purpose. Everything else is incidental in the sense that wherever some explanation is required, that idea is being brought in. So exploring Samadhi, presenting the states of Samadhi, the levels of Samadhi, and its detailing out is the primary purpose of this particular chapter. The second chapter brings it down to one more beginner's level. Right? It's almost like Patanjali starts off with his idea high and then realizes, okay, there are beginners who need to be brought in, who need to be mentored into this field. Therefore, he starts off the second one. But before that, we should also note the words of Vyasa, who has written a very detailed commentary to the Yoga Sutras. He says, you have different levels of chitta, and certain levels are not amenable to the practice of yoga. Therefore, it needs to be brought to a certain minimum level, the ekagra and the niruddha level. Unless it is brought to the ekagra level, the yoga practice cannot start. So therefore, the first 3 which are there, the kshipta, mudha and vikshipta, they are not fully suitable. Kshipta is a state where it is completely rajasic, supported by tamas, which is destructive in a sense. Then you have mudha, where it is led by tamas, supported by rajas. So it's very docile. The mind is not ready. Then you have vikshipta, where rajasic movement is happening, but supported by sattva. Therefore, mind comes to some sort of focus from time to time. That is a possibility in the state of vikshipta. Vyasa says the first three is very difficult. The first two is impossible for a practice of samadhi, for practice of yoga, not even samadhi. Therefore, it needs to be brought to vikshipta and then to ekagra, and from there, yoga can proceed. So, the first chapter in some places tries to address how do you bring it to the level of vikshipta and ekagra. And then the second chapter explores in a very detailed manner where to start from, what is the formal step-by-step methodology to proceed. So with this background, while stepping into the Yoga Sutra, when I was trying to summarize, I felt there are broadly 10 important landmarks in the first chapter itself. The first one is the first 4 sutras. Even in the Vedanta, interestingly, we have something called as Chatussutri. The first 4 sutras are the most important sutras in the Vedanta Sutra. Similarly, we can say that even in the Yoga Sutra, you have the Chatussutri, the first 4 important sutras. Why? The first one itself gives a very distinct turn and places it on a different pedestal. Atha Yoga Anushasanam. While the other sutras start with Athato Dharma Jignasa, Athato Brahma Jignasa, the word Jignasa is seen, which means it's the quest towards the curiosity that is there. The quenching of the innate curiosity is the purpose elsewhere. Here, it's not just an intellectual engagement. It's not just to quench your curiosity, it is anushasana, something that is primarily practice oriented, experiential in nature. And the very first word atha is a very significant mark. In Sanskrit literature, whenever we use the word atha, it marks a new beginning. And here, it almost signifies here and now. If you are not going to start now, when are you going to do? If you are not going to start here, wherever you are, when will you be able to do it? So, atha signifies here and now. From this point onwards, in this space and time, wherever you are, the moment you realize you need to grow, from that point onwards, your journey of yoga begins. It's a journey of yoga, it's a practice of yoga, and not just a intellectual quest of yoga. And then, in the very second sutra, in fact, whatever Patanjali intended to say, he completes in the second chapter. There's nothing more to be said. Yoga chitta vritti nirodha. Every detail of the Yoga Sutra, the crux of the Yoga Sutra is uttered in the second sutra, that yoga is nothing but, it is a state as well as a journey where the movements of the mind, the patterns of the mind, the dense patterns of the mind are slowed down and brought to a standstill. A state where there are no movements in the mind. That is Chitta Vritti Nirodha. The second sutra completes the message of yoga, Yoga Sutra. So what do we find in the next set of sutras? The entire next set of sutras is only but detailing what is said in the second sutra. To fill up the gap, to explain something, to consciously reinforce a certain idea, to present before you what happens when you do it. So these are the details that we see in the later sutras, but the second sutra completes the topic per se. And the third and the fourth sutra quickly presents what happens when Chitta Vritti Nirodha has been done, what happens, it is not been done, by bringing in 2 key words. He uses the terms Sarupya and Swarupa there. He says, Chitta Vritti Nirodha tada drashtu swarupe avasthanam. Then, when the vrittis have been controlled, slowed down and stopped, then drashtuhu of the seer, the witness consciousness, the witness, the personality who is in the form of the Purusha, swarupe avasthanam, he resides in his essential form. That is his true nature. The agitated state of mind, the disturbed state of mind, the anxious state of mind is not his nature. Somehow we are made to believe today that is our nature. If someone is sitting quiet, probably something is wrong with him. He must be depressed. We are so quick to conclude. But Yoga Sutra puts the perspective other way around. It says, your true nature is to reside in that eternal peace. If you find it is not like that, then that is an aberration. It is not the other way around. Therefore, the fourth sutra says, Tadadrashtu Swarupe Avasthanam Vritti Sarupyam Itaratra. Itaratra, elsewhere, when this kind of equanimity is not attained, when this kind of peace is not attained, elsewhere the seer, the Purusha, attains an form identical to the object outside. Sarupya. See the play of the words here. Swarupa, essential form, my own true nature. Sarupya, identical form with the object. Whatever drama is enacting outside, it starts to play inside. This is Sarupya. Irrespective of what is happening there, if just one resides in one's own true nature, that is Swarupa. So these are the first four sutras. The third and fourth actually gives us a perspective of what is natural state and what is altered state. Even now when we use these terms, consciousness, altered state of consciousness, for the higher state of consciousness we call it altered, as though this is normal, being disturbed is normal, and being peaceful is altered. This brings about a shift in perspective. Being in your own true nature is all about having that serenity. When that is not there, then that is a incidental or accidental. Whatever is accidental, it means that is not your essential. Therefore, you can come back to your essential. These two statements also gives us that kind of assurance. So first four sutras completes these. Immediately the quest. You should understand a sutra. By the meaning word sutra, we mean a thread. Something you keep on extending, building it over the idea that is there. So now you have said what is this sutra all about? What is yoga all about? So the quest is, okay, immediate curiosity would be, how do you do it? Right? Naturally. Okay, you have said these are the high results of such a practice, then how do you do it? So immediately the next set of sutras that you can find, Abhyasa and Vairagya. Before that, there is also a little bit of curiosity as to what the vrittis are. Yogaha Chitta Vritti Nirodha. So there is a curiosity to know about vritti. So from sutra number 5 up to sutra number 11, you can see the detailing of vrittis. Broadly, he mentions 5 categories or 5 vrittis. We need not have to go to the detail, but it suffices to understand that vrittis are various patterns in which the mind operates. Why only 5? Why not 3? Why not 4? It could have been done. But this is such a broad categorization where every form of activity of the mind can be brought under these 5. Whenever there is a objective representation input that is coming in through my senses, then that is pramana. There is some direct correspondence between the object outside and the vrittis that are forming inside. This is a pramana vritti. Then there is something where partially I connect, but I partially start imagining things. Someone is looking at me there, sitting there. Probably he's thinking I'm not good enough. Okay, the first part is true. He or she is looking at you is true. But the second part of the story need not be true. That is what I'm conjuring up. Right? So that is viparyaya. Then there could be something where there is no correspondence between objective reality and what I figure up inside. It is imagination. Oh, I want to build a house. I want to do this in next year. By next year end, I should have this built up beautifully. Neither do I have place now. Neither do I have resources now. The house is not ready. The blueprint may not be ready either. None of those things exist in reality at the moment. So everything under the category of imagination comes under the third vritti. Vikalpa. Vastu shunya. At this point of time, the vastu is not at all there. It is just playing out in your mind. Then the other modes in which the chitta works is, it goes to sleep. If we are good enough, if we are effective enough now, we can put you to sleep. Right? That is another mode in which chitta operates. Or you might be reminded of something as we are discussing here. Something will be Just by usage of a particular, I might be saying dosha and you might hear it as dosa. Not bad. Okay, Vidyarthi Bhavan or CTR is not too far. Okay, so dosa comes to the mind, that is smriti. So, depending on what is spanning in the mind, what turn the mind is taking, it is categorized as one of the 5 vrittis: pramana, viparyaya, vikalpa, nidra and smriti. And largely, if you do this experiment on yourself, at any point of time, just put a check on your mind and see what is the thing that is running at this moment. You will definitely notice that it would be one of these 5. Okay, so these are the broad categorization in which the mind operates, and that's why it's called vritti. And he explains them, and here he just brings in one subtle idea. He doesn't elaborate upon it, but he just classifies vrittayaha panchatayaha klishta klishtaha. Some of these vrittis can be klishta vrittis, some of these vrittis can be aklishta vrittis. It's a very important classification that he does. While these 5 are the types of vrittis, any of these vrittis, all of these vrittis can be klishta vritti or they can be aklishta vritti. What do we mean by that? Klishta is where it creates some kinds of very intense impact on our mind. There are many things. I see, say 100 faces here. How many faces do I carry back? It could be very few. But there could be one incident, someone might be sneering, jeering at some point, at some corner, that might remain with me for another 10 years. Oh, I was speaking here, someone was looking at me in such a indignified manner. That is klishta vritti. The other vrittis come and pass, but what leaves behind a very strong impact, intense impact, that is klishta vritti. And he explores kleshas in a very detailed manner in the beginning of the 2nd chapter. But he just references them here. After telling about the vrittis, he immediately says, okay, how do I do nirodha? So for this, the next set of sutras from Abhyasa, the 4 set of sutras from sutra number 11 to 14 goes into the explanation of Abhyasa and Vairagya. Again, this is a common response, whether in the Yoga Sutra or in the Bhagavad Gita. How do I manage things? The same question that Arjuna asked there in the Gita. He says, Pramati balavadridham. It's almost like a boat on an ocean which is being crisscrossed, pulled in all the directions, wherever the wind is blowing. Vayor iva sudushkaram. How do I anchor my mind? Abhyasena tu kaunteya vairagyena cha grihyate. What Krishna answers there? The same answer you find in Patanjali's words also. Abhyasa vairagya abhyan tannirodha. By practice and vairagya. So there is a natural curiosity to know what is abhyasa. How do you do abhyasa? It's easy to say, but just can someone guide me? How do I do it in an effective manner? That's where you come across the most beautiful sutras. I would like to identify few sutras as landmark sutras, and one of the landmark sutras is about abhyasa. It brings about in 2 sutras. It says, first one is whatever is done in a conscious effort towards a preset goal. Okay? Is a abhyasa. A conscious effort towards a preset goal is abhyasa. But going further, he qualifies it by 3 terms. He says, Satu dirghakala nairantarya satkara sevitaha dridabhumihi. Something that is done over a long period of time. Dirghakala, nairantarya, done with consistency. And then satkara sevitaha, done with intense goodwill. These 3 qualify any practice to be a practice worthy of pursuit. And the first sutra already has brought in these 2 elements. It has to be a conscious effort, not a forceful effort. Many times there are things that are forced upon us, even that is helpful. Somewhere the Shastrakara says, Vyadhistat paramam tapaha. Your Vyadhi, going through a going through some kind of disease, pain is also a tapas. But that is not something that you have voluntarily taken up. That has been imposed upon you. Whereas, abhyasa is something that you voluntarily take up, consciously take it up towards a goal towards which you are moving towards. Okay? This has to be qualified by these 3. Then after explaining abhyasa, he goes to vairagya, where he identifies 2 levels of vairagya. One is a level where you have some kind of distraction or attraction towards it, but yet you are by application of force stepping back. but the craving is still there. I am a chain smoker. I have now reduced it to 3 cigarettes a day. No, this is not my story, I'm just telling. But still I have a very strong craving. I feel like going it. Or if I have to give my example, I like my chai. Okay? 2 chais, at least 2 chais a day. There is a strong craving for it. I force myself not to have it. While the craving exists and I don't have it, I noted the time. Yeah. While the craving exists and I don't have it, then that is the lower order vairagya. After a while, pursuing is after a while, even if the craving drops off, the craving is also not there, then that is a higher order vairagya. He brings in both the kinds of vairagyas in the sutra number 11 to 12 to 16. Then he goes into the samadhi from 17 to 22, where I will not be detailing them much. Here he mentions the kinds of samprajnata samadhi, asamprajnata samadhi, and also he also speaks about people who are naturally endowed to attain those states, and what about those who are naturally endowed? That is the state of all of us. He says these are the qualities one needs to develop: Shraddha, Smriti, Virya, Samadhi, Prajna. So these are the things that as individuals we need to cultivate to attain those states. And while speaking all these things, is a very interesting turn that he brings in. He says, you can do it in this manner, or Ishvara Pranidhanadva. He brings in the concept of Ishvara. He says, while surrendering yourself to Ishvara, you can still attain the Samadhi. That means there is not only one way of doing it. I think this is the essential Indic thought. If at all something characterizes Indic thought, Indian thought, then, or the Sanatana thought that this is this, there is no one way of doing things. The peak is one. Each one of us need to attain that peak. But when you're speaking about the base of the pyramid or base of the mountain, as many points on the base of the mountain, as many points on the circumference, each can be an effective path to reach the top. If something works for you, good. If something works for you, good. It doesn't matter which way it is. We'll have broad principles. Based on those principles, you develop your own path. Therefore, he says, you do it systematically like this. Or, if you are more, or if you think bhakti is a better path for you, then Ishvara Pranidhana works well for you. You can start with the Ishvara Pranidhana, and in that context, he brings in the idea, definition of Ishvara, again second landmark sutra, which I would like to place on the highest pedestal. I have never come across another definition of Ishvara better than this in any world literature. I don't think anything else can come close. Even in the Indian context, no other definition of Ishvara. There are things like kartum akartum anyatha samarthaha, kartum akartum anyatha kartum samarthaha Ishvaraha. There is a definition. But still, klesha karma vipakashayaihi aparamrishtaha purusha visheshaha Ishvaraha. This is one of the most beautiful. It does two things. One, it says, he is the Purusha who is not limited by these four. Each one needs a very detailed exploration. We will not do it now. One who is not limited by klesha, one who is not limited by karma, one who is not limited by samskara, one who is not limited by vasana. But second, it also implies anyone who can liberate oneself from the gravitational pull of these four can be an Ishvara, potentially opening up for anyone and everyone. So Ishvara is not there somewhere in the other world, sitting there as a judge or a headmaster or a head madam, and then telling you what to do, what not to do, giving you a set of moral rules. No, that is not the concept of Ishvara. Ishvara is someone who is a guide, who is someone who is free, who has already walked that path and is there to help you. See the next sutra, he says, calls him Guruhu. Kalena anavachhedat. He is the Guru from time immemorial. And the very role of Guru is to walk step by step, help you cross the hurdles. That is the role of Ishvara, not someone who is taking a stick in his hand and beating the people or condemning them to a permanent hell or heaven. Okay, that is not the concept of Ishvara here. So then after listing out Ishvara, again this is one of the approaches that Patanjali takes here as the generic rule, that wherever he brings in an important concept, he immediately says, what is the outcome of this practice and what is the outcome finally. See, the final outcome is attainment of Samadhi everywhere. tatah pratyak chetanadhigamaha, tata samadhihi. So he goes on listing the highest goal is samadhi. But what is the immediate goal? He says antaraya bhava, overcoming antarayas or the obstacles. Then in the next set of sutras, he brings about what are the obstacles one faces, what are the accompaniments of obstacles. He lists out all of them. We don't have to go in detail because all of us would be much more familiar than Patanjali as to what are the obstacles. And we would write better sutras than him in this context. Okay? And after listing them out, in the next set of sutras from sutra number 33 to 39, he brings in another important, one more landmark sutra set, and one particular landmark sutra is Maitri Karuna Muditopekshanam Sukha Dukkha Punya Punya Vishayanam Bhavanataha Chitta Prasadanam. The set of practices called as Ekatattva Abhyasa, single principled practice. While explaining these single principled practices, everywhere he uses the term Va. They take the 34th sutra, he says, Vishayavati va prachardana vidharanabhyam va pranasya, Vishayavati va pravrittirutpanna manasasthiti nibandhini, Vitaraga vishayam va chittam. The word is used there is va, va, va. Va in Sanskrit means athava, means or this. You can do this, or you can do this, or you can do this. Again giving one options. Finally the last sutra says that yatha abhimata dhyanava. We have listed 5 things for you, but if you think these things are not working for you, you want to come up with something, etc., etc. There is a long list which you can add from your own perspective what works for you. But while these are optional, the first sutra, 33rd sutra is not optional. Cultivating certain bhavanas, that is Maitri, Mudita, Karuna and Upeksha. These are the most essential bhavanas if you have to attain Chitta Prasadana, because we live in a world. We are not somewhere outside. There is a constant engagement with the world outside, with the world inside. I have very little control of what is happening there, but at least can I insulate myself? If I have to insulate myself, what is that is required? He says cultivating these 4 bhavanas are the most important. Again, this entire lot, Ekatattva Abhyasa, itself requires a detailed exploration, but just as a point. And then again he continues back with his Samadhi discussion in the next set of sutras, where he brings in the concepts of Sabija Samadhi and Nirbija Samadhi. Before concluding with the Nirbija Samadhi, there are a couple of things that are very interesting. He refers to a higher order consciousness or higher state of consciousness called, there is a prajna called Ritambhara. The very word Ritambhara means something that is filled with Ritam. Ritam in Sanskrit comes from the root Gatau, truth in motion. Okay, we have 2 words for truth in Sanskrit. One is Satyam and Ritam. Satyam refers to truth in being, Ritam refers to truth in becoming. The rhythm that we use in English, the Rutu, season cycles, Rutucharya, something that happens. So whatever, when truth is set in motion, the essential absolute truth lies there. On that blueprint, the world expands. That is truth in action. This whole world is truth in action, the truth in becoming. And a sage at this point, when he has gone through these some states of samadhi, then he opens himself to access Ritambhara Prajna. That is the higher order intelligence that awakens in him. And this intelligence, he says, Tajja samskara anya samskara pratibandhi. Once this intelligence awakens, then it brings down, it reduces, it negates all the other limitations of your intellect that had been there with you all the while. It prepares you for the highest thing. And finally the 51st sutra says, when even the seed of even these things recede, when everything has been washed away, cleared, then tasyapi nirodhe sarva nirodhat nirbija samadhi. This is the beauty again of the Indian mind, Indian text, Indian tradition, that everything it recognizes as a path that is helpful to you. You need not cling to the path. What helped you at a certain point, if you start clinging to it, again it can become your holding aspect. Something, it should be able to liberate you. At some point of time, while I'm looking at the peak and I need to travel there, I cross a river and then climb. In order to cross the river, a boat has helped me. But now I have to climb just because that the boat has helped me. If I start carrying the boat on my back, it becomes my obstacle to climb up. Yena tyajasi tat tyaja. Whatever has helped you to leave, even leave that also. Therefore, the Vedas themselves say, Yatra Vedaha Vedaha Bhavanti. Beyond a certain point, even Vedas are not required. They are there to guide you. But why should that become a limiting aspect for you when you cross a certain point? Therefore, while all these samadhis are helpful, but beyond a certain point, even those have to drop off. Tasyapi nirodhe. Even the Ritambhara Prajna has to drop off. There's something more grateful, more beautiful, more graceful that awaits you. Why not prepare oneself? And that is when you get into Nirbija Samadhi. With that, he concludes the first chapter. But then he realizes, oh, I have started with postdoc material. I need to start with something undergraduate material. And that's when the Samadhi Pada comes in. Thank you very much. I'm sorry for the time.
ಸೂತ್ರಗಳ ಲಕ್ಷಣಗಳೇನು, ಚತುಸ್ತೂತ್ರಿಯ ಪ್ರಾಮುಖ್ಯತೆ, ಚಿತ್ತವೃತ್ತಿ ನಿರೋಧಕ, ಸೂತ್ರಗಳನ್ನ ಪದಗಳ ರಚನೆ, ಸ್ವರೂಪ, ಸ್ವಾರೂಪ್ಯ, ಅಭ್ಯಾಸ ಸೂತ್ರ, ಏಕತತ್ವ ಅಭ್ಯಾಸ, ಸತ್ಯಂ, ರಿತಂಬರ ಪ್ರಜ್ಞಾ, ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಷಯಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸಮಯದ ಅಭಾವವಿದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ತುಂಬ ಸರಳವಾಗಿ ನಮಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಷಯವನ್ನು ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡಿಸಿಕೊಟ್ಟಂತಹ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವಿನಯಚಂದ್ರ ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
Thank you, sir, for wonderfully explaining Samadhi, a blissful state of mind or Ananda. We heard that there is Yoga Utsava happening in Mysore with the same theme of Ananda, that is in December. Could you please let us know more about this?
Again, I'm happy to stand before you to present a very interesting event that we have chanced upon from last year. This is Mysuru Yoga Utsava. This year we are bringing about the second edition of the Utsava, and this Utsava will happen in Mysuru from 12th to 15th of December. This is one of the landmark events of Indica Yoga. Indica Yoga is committed to 5 principles. So one is ensuring the integration of philosophy, psychology and practice of yoga. Second, Sanskrit and Shastras, or Shastra and Sutras. Third, Sanskrit and Mantra. Fourth, honoring the diverse traditions within yoga. Fifth one is honoring the origins of yoga, that is India, Guru Shishya Parampara, and then the sacred spaces. All these are central to our offerings. So we work with teachers, institutions, organizations who are aligned to this thought. Keeping these principles in mind, we have started a lot of online events, physical retreats, in-person retreats, and from last year onwards we have started the Mysuru Yoga Utsava. It's a big celebration of the timeless essence of yoga. So the theme for this year is Ananda. All the sessions would be curated around this theme. It's a 4-day festival. We'll have more than 50 teachers participating from across India, world, from Mysuru, from all, and from different traditions. There are various styles, various well-known, renowned institutions. All of them are a part of this Utsava, and there'll be experiential sessions, workshops, personal interactions. Most of the teachers are likely to stay with us for all the 4 days. So an occasion to spend time with them, sit with them in a Gurukula kind of ambience. Even the place where it is conducted, it's a beautiful ambience set around a colonial building which has a courtyard which is covered by 2 large rain trees. The entire two rain trees cover the entire courtyard. And similarly, there are few venues around it. That's where the whole event is being presented. And we had a unforgettable experience last year, and we look forward to much more this year. This year it's more by a day, and last year we had 30 teachers, which itself was magnificent. To this year we are going to have 50 teachers, and we are looking forward to it. So we would like to extend a warm invitation to each one of you to join us, be part of this organization, be part of the celebration, and be part of this beautiful thing that is unfolding before us. So we really extend a warm welcome, and there are various kinds of ways of participation. While we have certain fees for the event, there are also various kinds of discounts and offers that are available for all the IYA members. There's an additional 20% discount that is being offered, and if there are people who come in groups, there are certain discounts. If someone is bringing 5 people, they'll get access to Indica courses, one course from the Indica course platform. If there are books that are published in yoga in this particular year in 2024, we are happy to launch them. So there are multiple ways in which people can participate. There's going to be a exhibition, yoga related wellness exhibition, that's part of the Utsava itself. So it's going to be a great event. From 12th to 15th of Mysuru, in the city of Mysuru. The venue is very close to the Mysuru Palace and many other places within Mysuru. So it would be a great experience for each one of us. So please join us and ensure this becomes a more... Where is the video? Yeah. So hope to see you all there. Thank you.
So, sir, please be on the dais. We request Shri Vinay Siddhaya sir to felicitate the speaker. So thank you so much. So that was Sadhana Pada, very beautifully explained. We request Dr. Subramanian to come over the dais to begin the second chapter, Sadhana Pada. The second chapter is about sadhana, which is essential for our journey in yoga. This chapter describes the qualities necessary to change the mind gradually from a state of distraction to one of attention, and what the practice of these qualities entails. It also discusses the obstacles to yoga practice.
ನಮ್ಮ ಭರತ ಭೂಮಿ ಕಂಡಂತಹ ಶ್ರೇಷ್ಠ ವ್ಯಾಖ್ಯಾನಕಾರರಲ್ಲಿ ಶ್ರೀ ವೇದವ್ಯಾಸ, ವಾಚಸ್ಪತಿ ಮಿಶ್ರ, ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಬಿಷು ಹಾಗೂ ಭೋಜರಾಜ ಬಹಳ ಪ್ರಮುಖರು. ಭೋಜರಾಜರು ಪತಂಜಲಿಯವರನ್ನ ಕುರಿತು ಹೀಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ: ಯೋಗದೊಂದಿಗೆ ಮನಸ್ಸು, ವ್ಯಾಕರಣದೊಂದಿಗೆ ಪದಗಳು, ದೇಹವು ಔಷಧದೊಂದಿಗೆ, ಮನಸ್ಸಿನ ತರಬೇತಿಗಾಗಿ ಯೋಗ ಸೂತ್ರ, ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ವ್ಯಾಕರಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಮಹಾಭಾಷ್ಯ, ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ವೈದ್ಯಕೀಯ ಚರಕ ಸಂಹಿತೆ ಅಥವಾ ಆತ್ರೇಯ ಸಂಹಿತೆ, ಮನಸ್ಸು, ಮಾತು ಮತ್ತು ದೇಹಗಳ ಶುದ್ಧೀಕರಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ 3 ಅತ್ಯುತ್ತಮ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರಗಳನ್ನು ನೀಡಿದ ಮಹಾನ್ ಗುರು ಪತಂಜಲಿಯವರು. ಪತಂಜಲಿ ಋಷಿಯವರು ವೈವಿಧ್ಯಮಯ ಜ್ಞಾನದ ಗಣಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದರು. ಅದ್ವಿತೀಯ ನರ್ತಕ, ಮಹಾನ್ ವ್ಯಾಕರಣಕಾರ, ಪಾಣಿನಿಯ ವ್ಯಾಕರಣ ಕೃತಿಗೆ ನಿರ್ಣಾಯಕ ಮಹಾಭಾಷ್ಯದ ವ್ಯಾಖ್ಯಾನವನ್ನ ಬರೆಯುತ್ತಾರೆ. ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತದ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆಗಳನ್ನು ಅವರು ಅದರ ಬಳಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯತೆ ಮತ್ತು ಕಲಾತ್ಮಕತೆಯನ್ನ ತೆರೆದಿಟ್ಟವರು. ಯೋಗ ಸೂತ್ರ ಮತ್ತು ಯೋಗ ತತ್ವಶಾಸ್ತ್ರದ ಹರಿಕಾರ.
It's my honor to introduce Dr. A. Subramanian. Dr. Subramanian, fondly called Subbu Bhaiya, he's the secretary of IYA, Karnataka. He's a traditional yoga master who not only trains the aspirants into subtle nuances of classical yoga, but takes them to the depth of spiritual experience. An electronics and communication engineer by qualification, he gave up his corporate career and shifted to the human engineering of yoga and spirituality. Inspired by the teachings of masters like Swami Vivekananda, he is an initiated disciple of Swami Atmasthanandaji Maharaj of Ramakrishna Mission and Mahatma Krishna Premi Maharaj in Bhakti tradition. He is one of the senior direct disciples of Padma Shri Dr. H.R. Nagendra Guruji of S. Vyasa. He has learnt Vedanta from Pujya Swami Dayananda Saraswati and his senior disciples. He has done his doctorate in yoga spirituality from Hindu University of America, Florida, USA. A former faculty of S. Vyasa University, he has trained hundreds of yoga trainers across the globe. He was blessed with the title Kavitamani by H.H. Shankaracharya Swamiji of Kanchimat at the age of 13 in appreciation of his divine poems. Presently, he serves as the director of Adhyatma Yoga Academy. Over to you, the chanting team.
All of you have a script ready, so you can join us during the chanting.
अथ द्वितीयः साधनपादः तपस्वाध्यायेश्वरप्रणिधानानि क्रियायोगः समाधिभावनार्थः क्लेशतनुकरणार्थश्च अविद्यास्मितारागद्वेषाभिनिवेशा क्लेशाः अविद्याक्षेत्रमुत्तरेषां प्रसुप्ततनुविच्छिन्नोदाराणाम् अनित्याशुचिदुःखानात्मसु नित्यशुचिसुखात्मख्यातिरविद्या दृग्दर्शनशक्त्योरेकात्मतेवास्मिता सुखानुशयी रागः दुःखानुशयी द्वेषः स्वरसवाही विदुषोऽपि तथारूढोऽभिनिवेशः ते प्रतिप्रसवहेयाः सूक्ष्माः ध्यानहेयास्तद्वृत्तयः क्लेशमूलकर्माशयो दृष्टादृष्टजन्मवेदनीयः सति मूले तद्विपाको जात्यायुर्भोगाः ते ह्लादपरितापफला पुण्या पुण्यहेतुत्वात् परिणामतापसंस्कारदुःखैर्गुणवृत्तिविरोधाच्च दुःखमेव सर्वं विवेकिनः हेयं दुःखमनागतम् द्रष्टृदृश्ययो संयोगो हेयहेतुः प्रकाशक्रियास्थितिशीलं भूतेन्द्रियात्मकं भोगापवर्गार्थं दृश्यम् विशेषाविशेषलिङ्गमात्रलिङ्गानि गुणपर्वाणि द्रष्टादृशिमात्रशुद्धोऽपि प्रत्ययानुपश्यः तदर्थ एव दृश्यस्यात्मा कृतार्थं प्रतिनष्टमप्यनष्टं तदन्यसाधारणत्वात् स्वस्वामिशक्यो स्वरूपोपलब्धिहेतुः संयोगः तस्य हेतुरविद्या तदभावात् संयोगाभावो हानन्तदृशे कैवल्यम् विवेकख्यातिरविप्लवाहानोपायः तस्य सप्तधा प्रान्तभूमिः प्रज्ञा योगाङ्गानुष्ठानादशुद्धिक्षये ज्ञानदीप्तिरा विवेकख्यातेः यमनियमासनप्राणायामप्रत्याहारधारणाध्यानसमाधयो अष्टावङ्गानि अहिंसा सत्यास्तेय ब्रह्मचर्या परिग्रहायमाः जातिदेशकालसमयान्नवच्छिन्ना सार्वभौमा महाव्रतम् शौचसन्तोषतपस्वाध्यायेश्वर प्रणिधानानि नियमाः वितर्कबाधने प्रतिपक्षभावनम् वितर्काहिंसादयः कृतकारितानुमोदिता लोभक्रोधमोहपूर्वक मृदुमध्यादिमात्रा दुःखाज्ञानानन्तफला इति प्रतिपक्षभावनम् अहिंसा प्रतिष्ठायां तत्सन्निधौ वैराग्यत्यागः सत्यप्रतिष्ठायां क्रियाफलाश्रयत्वम् अस्तेयप्रतिष्ठायां सर्वरत्नोपस्थानम् ब्रह्मचर्यप्रतिष्ठायां वीर्यलाभः अपरिग्रहस्थैर्ये जन्मकतन्था सम्बोधः शौचात् स्वाङ्गजुगुप्सा परैरसंसर्गः सत्त्वशुद्धिसौमनस्यैकाग्रेन्द्रियजयात्मदर्शनयोग्यत्वानि च सन्तोषादनुत्तमसुखलाभः कायेन्द्रियसिद्धिरशुद्धिक्षयात् तपसः स्वाध्यायादिष्टदेवता संप्रयोगः समाधिसिद्धिरीश्वर प्रणिधानात् स्थिरसुखमासनम् प्रयत्नशैथिल्यानन्दसमापत्तिभ्याम् ततो द्वन्द्वानभिघातः तस्मिन् सति श्वासप्रश्वासयोर्गतिविच्छेदः प्राणायामः बाह्याभ्यन्तरस्तम्भवृत्तिर्देशकालसङ्ख्याभिः परिदृष्टो दीर्घसूक्ष्मः बाह्याभ्यन्तरविषयाक्षेपी चतुर्थः ततः क्षीयते प्रकाशावरणम् धारणासु च योग्यता मनसः स्वविषया संप्रयोगे चित्तस्य स्वरूपानुकार इवेन्द्रियाणां प्रत्याहारः ततः परमावश्यकेन्द्रियाणाम् इति पातञ्जलयोगसूत्रेषु द्वितीयः साधनपादः.
Thank you, Akshata and team, for a wonderful chanting. May I now invite Subbu Bhaiya to give us the summary of the second chapter.
ಅಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟಿಂಗಲ್ಲೇ ಗಂಟೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಹರೇ ರಾಮೇತಿ ಕೃಷ್ಣೇತಿ ನಾಮ ಸಂಕೀರ್ತನಂ ಸದಾ ಲೋಕಕ್ಷೇಮಾಯ ಕುರ್ವಂತಂ ಪ್ರೇಮಿಕಂ ಸದ್ಗುರುಂ ಭಜೆ. ನಮಃ ಶ್ರೀ ಯತಿರಾಜಾಯ ವಿವೇಕಾನಂದಸೂರಯೇ ಸಚ್ಚಿತ್ ಸುಖಸ್ವರೂಪಾಯ ಸ್ವಾಮಿನೇ ತಾಪಹಾರಿಣೇ ಯೋಗಶ್ಚ ಯೋಗಮಾರ್ಗಶ್ಚ ಯೋಗಶಕ್ತಿಃ ತ್ವಮೇವ ಚ ಯೋಗಾನಂದಂ ಯೋಗನಾಥಂ ಯೋಗಿನಂ ತ್ವಾಂ ನಮಾಮ್ಯಹಂ. ಶ್ರೀ ಗುರುಭ್ಯೋ ನಮಃ. Vinay Chandraji had given the postdoctoral syllabus. In conclusion, he said the next is for the undergraduates. And so the undergraduate teacher or a person have rightly come here to be here. And many would be thinking, why is he here? He should have been there, or he would be there to give some bhajans or at the most to tell some stories. So let me start with a story only. This story, even you would have heard from me many often, there are many familiar faces. A story very fond for Swami Vivekananda, he has himself narrated. In fact, he had narrated it for giving the Upanishadic message. But I just when I was sitting, in fact there was no preparation, neither for my earlier examinations nor for today's examination. And so like I used to write the stories in my examination papers and all. So starting with the same story. Once in a forest, there was a cub which was orphaned. And the orphaned cub, not knowing where to go, what to do, had joined with the flock of sheep. And thinking that it's also a sheep, had joined with that flock of sheep, eating the grasses and going along with them. One day, while this flock of sheep, including his cub, were all again going through this forest, a Simharaja from the top of the rock had seen, who was very hungry, had got very good food for my prey today. And then it's when he noticed that there is Mavalu who is there, Nammavaru who is there, right? Immediately the Simharaja went there and caught out of this cub, and then the cub was very much afraid for his life, because for it this was a simha and he was actually a sheep. And so he was out of fear, he was running, and then this simha got hold of this cub and brought it to the water body. There was no cell phone in his hand, otherwise it would have shown its selfie there. But then it has to show, come on, see, look at my face. Yes, you are a simha, you are a lion. Look at your face. Yeah, I am a poor sheep. No, you are also the simha. You are not the sheep. You are also the simha. No, I am not that. No, you are. And he gave a kind of a piece of flesh, and then the cub realized that it was not a cub, but it was the simha. And the story ends there. It is of course the Jivatma, Paramatma Vishayam. But I see here that the cub, not knowing what it really was, is the first klesha of avidya. And it was having this asmita that it was the sheep and it was not the lion. And this asmita is again because of this avidya. It got so well attached with those flock of sheep, the ragha, and so it identified itself with them. And therefore naturally when the lion came, this cub had a dvesha towards that. Rather, this lion is again depicting its dvesha towards this flock of sheep. And this cub, until it realized that it was a cub, it was a simha, until then it had the abhinivesha, that fear for life and death. So these are the 5 fields where the mind plays. Again, after describing the chitta vrittis, taking elaborately viparyaya, which is mithya jnanam. Here Patanjali brings forth the 5 kleshas, avidya, asmita, raga, dvesha, abhinivesha, which are nothing but the manifestations of this vritti of the viparyaya itself. Wherein, I remember in English to present once we made a slide, my friend Rajesh was there who said, it is field, fear, ignorance, ego, like and dislike. The field of the mind, which is the klesha. So Patanjali here, after giving his curriculum for the Uttamadhikari, he thinks of what next for the Madhyamadhikaris, and then the second chapter starts with this wonderful Kriya Yoga, which is Tapas Swadhyaya Ishvara Pranidhanani Kriya Yoga. Patanjali we see has a great synthesizer, bringing wonderful concepts which were available before him, right from the Vedic scriptures, right from the Vedas, from the Bhagavad Gita. Similarly, we see here, the second chapter starts with the opening shloka of Srimad Valmiki Ramayana. Valmiki Ramayana starts with the shloka Tapasvadhyaya Niratam Tapasvi Vakvidambaram Naradam Parivapracha Valmikir Munipangam. So, the Tapasvadhyaya concepts is still seen there in the Ramayana, and that is where he gives it as part of the Kriya Yoga. Tapas, many of you have done a lot of tapas to come here today, to be here. Vinayji and team had put for a lot of tapas to make this happen. Enduring hardships. We always talk of Bhagirathas Prayatna and various tapas which rishis have done. Even sometimes the Rakshasas have done. Anything that which may look difficult in the beginning, but when you endured in the long term, that gives you an eternal utility, a benefit. There are things which may seem to be good immediately, but in the long term turns out to be something bad. So understanding this and then enduring that difficult thing in anything in life, that's why vratam, puja, all those things are also part of the tapas. Again, kayika, vachika, manasika, there are different levels of tapas which are spoken. Gita also, Krishna speaks about all those tapas. So being and listening to my talk itself is a tapas for you. Again, tapas, if this tapas has to go on well, there should be swadhyaya. Often in yoga classes or yoga teachers very easily go to term it as self-introspection and reflection, all those things. If we are able to understand ourselves properly, then why these kleshas, why these problems at all? So it's not something easy that you can self-introspect easily. That is where Vyasa Bhashya and other scriptures very clearly tell Swadhyaya as not just a study on your own self. It's a self-study on the scriptures, the Moksha Shastra and Pranavati Mantra Japa. That is what is more important, which is given as Swadhyaya here. So many times we as yoga teachers literally take Swadhyaya to be self-introspection, and just like that we give a verbal meaning and then go on. But it is here more importance on the scriptural study. Again, that cannot happen. Again, it's not self-study. It's not like you study on your own. Again, we have to go to a eligible master who can guide us, who is himself a Shrotriya Brahmanishta, who can only guide for this even Swadhyaya also. Even it is mantra, it is not nowadays all mantras are available. Vinayji is also putting a lot of mantras and chantings in the what is all called, the apps and all those things. Right? That's all to create an interest. But we should go to the Guru and learn from him. It could be the Shastras as well as the mantras. And then we need to bring it into practice, which helps in your tapas. And here in tapas, at least, again, an effort is involved. A prayatna is involved. When we understand the limitation of our prayatna, even after doing our prayatna also, as Ramana Maharshi says, there is no guarantee that you get the phala. Therefore, surrender that to Ishvara. And Vinay Chandraji elaborately told about the definition of Ishvara as brought in Patanjali. So to that Ishvara, you surrender. That is Ishvara Pranidhana. Ishvara Pranidhana is something which again is a common factor which we see in all the three levels which Patanjali gives for the Uttamadhikari, the Samadhi, the Abhyasa Vairagya method what he had given also, Ishvara Pranidhanatva, what we saw there in the first chapter. The second, again he is giving here Ishvara Pranidhana for Kriya Yoga. And third, when he goes for the third prescription, what he gives, which is the Ashtanga Yoga. And I am not the founder of Ashtanga Yoga, as was introduced. Maybe Kashtanga Yoga. I am supposed to be maybe the founder of Adhyatma Yoga. Again, that is also not, I am not the founder of Adhyatma. Probably Yama could claim, because Adhyatma Yoga, Digamera Deva, Matva, Diraha, Harsha, Shoha, Jahati. In Katopanishad, Yama is only giving Adhyatma Yoga also. The center called Adhyatma Yoga Academy in Jayanagar was founded by me, for your information. Anyhow, so now in the Ashtanga Yoga, again the third method what Patanjali prescribes. Again, Ishvara Pranidhana, as we all know, is coming as a part of the Niyama. So this is one common thing everywhere, because we understand everywhere, whether you could be a Uttama Adhikari, Madhyama Adhikari or a Atama Adhikari, we understand our limitations, and then when there is some supreme thing which can come to our rescue always. So therefore Bhakti is very much here in the Kriya Yoga as well as the Ashtanga Yoga also. So having said this, we understand that all these kleshas, again, why this Kriya Yoga? Again, he clearly says it's for what was supposed to be achieved in the first level, Samadhi, right? So Samadhi Bhavanartha. And then Klesha Tanukarana. So there are, why you are not able to be a Uttama Adhikari? Because Kleshas are there. There also in the first we saw, you had the Antaraya, you had the all those distractions, what is all there. But still, in spite of that, they again subdue all those and become a Uttama Adhikari and attain the levels of Samadhi. Still, there are people who cannot achieve that because of the karanas of the kleshas. So we all can understand the kleshas very well. We undergo likes and dislikes, these wrong identification with our bodily and materialistic life, which is very much the asmita which is there, and it is all born out of the avidya. So having given this, again before he rings the bell, moving ahead, the next important for the there again, Dhyanam is given as the prescription. Again, the Dhyana, I think Dharana, Dhyana, Samadhi will also be the common points in every part of the three levels. So after giving Dhyana as the method to eradicate the kleshas and then ultimately attain this Samadhi, for the next level of people, when he thinks, that is where he brings forth the path of the Ashtanga Yoga. We are all familiar with the Ashtanga Yoga, right? What are the Ashtanga Yoga? We will sing that. Then hard ಹೇಳಿಕೊಡ್ಲೇಬೇಕು. ಯಮ ನಿಯಮಾಸನ ಪ್ರಾಣಾಯಾಮ, ಯಮ ನಿಯಮಾಸನ ಪ್ರಾಣಾಯಾಮ, ಪ್ರತ್ಯಾಹಾರಾಧಾರಣ ಧ್ಯಾನ, ಪ್ರತ್ಯಾಹಾರಾಧಾರಣ ಧ್ಯಾನ, ಸಮಾಧಿ ಎಂಬ ಅಷ್ಟ ಅಂಗಗಳನ್ನು ಸಮಾಧಿ ಎಂಬ ಅಷ್ಟ ಅಂಗಗಳನ್ನು ಇಷ್ಟದಿಂದ ಆಚರಿಸಿದರೆ, ಇಷ್ಟದಿಂದ ಆಚರಿಸಿದರೆ ಕಷ್ಟವಿಲ್ಲದೆ ಬದುಕಲು ಸಾಧ್ಯ, ಕ್ಲೇಶವಿಲ್ಲದೆ ಬದುಕಲು ಸಾಧ್ಯ, ವೃತ್ತಿಗಳಿಲ್ಲದೆ ಬದುಕಲು ಸಾಧ್ಯ. ಯಮ ನಿಯಮಾಸನ ಪ್ರಾಣಾಯಾಮ, ಪ್ರತ್ಯಾಹಾರಾಧಾರಣ ಧ್ಯಾನ, ಸಮಾಧಿ. ಸೊ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಈ ಥರ ಒಂದು ಹಾಡು ಕೇಳಿದಂಗಿತ್ತು. ನಮ್ಮ ಮಂಜುನಾಥ್ ಗುರುಜಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ, ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೋತ್ಥಾನದಲ್ಲಿ. ಸೊ ಅದು ನೆನಪು ಬರ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದರಿಂದ ಈ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಸ್ಕ್ರಿಬಲ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟೆ ಅದನ್ನು. ಸೊ ಕಮಿಂಗ್ ಫಾರ್ತ್, which is very much important. Recently, there is something in the news. Today morning in the Yoga Mitra group, many of you are there, I had shared about it also. Right? Hearing such incidences happening, Again, the need for practicing yama niyama very much. Even for a samanya jana, normal person, it's very much required. And then there are many of us who are yoga practitioners, yoga sadhakas, yoga shikshakas, how much it is very much important for us to practice. Namaskar. Oh, no problem. Go. So, again here also for various of the Yama Niyama, we just take forth our own translations, not looking for what Patanjali is saying or what the Bhashyas like Vyasa Bhashya and all are emphasizing. Right? Ahimsa we are all very familiar with, but what do we get by practicing Ahimsa? Ahimsa pratishtayam tat sannidhau vairatyagaha. Many stories we have seen Buddha and Angulimala, in the life of Swami Vivekananda, and many other masters like we have seen very much, so we don't have to elaborate on that. But it is very much required that we need to practice that also. Ahimsa, I see here, it is not just doing himsa to someone else. I don't beat anybody, I don't speak ill of someone else. In the name of practicing our yogasanas, how much himsa sometimes we do to our own body. Right? There are many teachers who are, they go and kick the others. Right? Of course, BKS Guruji himself was famous for it, beating, kicking and slapping or shouting, screaming. He himself used to tell that. In fact, Iyengar, most foreigners used to call Iyengar, they cannot pronounce Iyengar, so they would say even anger. So even this himsa, of course, like a mother corrects a child, gurus always mentor the students in various ways, so it is very much required. But now, looking upon our own practice sometimes, when we don't do practice from the right teacher, when we do on self-practice and all those things, a lot of times when we do this himsa to our own body, our own mind, how much of torture that we undergo, right? Even that is also ahimsa. So ahimsa, that is very much. So when you don't do this, so don't worry that someone else, what Patanjali says in your, ahimsa aramchirike nanu. Idu himsa. And therefore, even in the presence of such person, forget the other person. First, you yourself have to be. Somebody said, I can't be alone for myself. If you yourself can be alone, then how do you expect others to be with you? Right? So that means you are doing a himsa for yourself. So himsa pratishtaya. Satya pratishtaya. In the field of yoga, ಈಗ ಯಾವ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಜಕೀಯಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಸುಳ್ಳುಗಳು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಬರೋದು ಯೋಗ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲೇ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ನಡೆಸೋದು ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. There are many who have got certificate for being here, but you would remember when you had come to join for the courses what all promises I made, right? ಸೊ ಯಾವ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲದೇ ಇರುವಂಥ ಸುಳ್ಳು ನಮ್ಮ ಯೋಗ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲೇ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಇವತ್ತು ಯೋಗ ಅಂದರೆ ಯೋಗ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ ಇತ್ಯಾದಿ, ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟಿಂಗ್ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ. So Satya, the emphasis, the need is very much here. Of course, Patanjali says, if you have Satya in yourself, whatever you say will become truth. In fact, Payyana Payyam Made, we have heard a lot of instances like that. All those are there. Satya Pratishtaya, Kriya Phalashrayatva. Ahimsa, Satya, Asteya. Again in yoga, long back, but 2-3 months back, one of my students, he came to me and said, Bhaiya, I have written a book, I want to publish it. I want you to write the foreword for it. Okay, I started reading it. One article was taken from Sridharan Sir's article. Second, somewhere from Vinay Chandra's article. Third, Dr. Nagendra ji. Fourth, Nane Sona joke. He would have felt it very boring, so he had taken my beauty parlor jokes and all those things and he has put there. Sorry, I won't bother. All those have been put and then he has made it. So intellectual stealing, again, right? How much they are doing. So all those are very much important. Today, Yamaniyama is very much important to be practiced. More than that, again, Brahmacharya. Brahmacharya, many yoga teachers conveniently, it is being closer to Brahman. Brahmacharya, Virya Labhaha, which means very much the control of our senses, not indulging in unwanted sensory sexual pleasures and everything is very clear. And just 3-4 months back again, there was a case on a claimed yoga teacher somewhere in Chikbalapur or somewhere for misbehaving in his own class, which was evidently proved, and he was imprisoned and all those things happening. So how much brahmacharya is very much required. Brahmacharya again doesn't mean that you have to be an unmarried person like me. Being a celibate. Again for grihasthas, right? Even if you are a grihastha, there are many of you who are grihasthas. Again, being a grihastha, it has its own context and sense there, what brahmacharya is. So all those is very much required. So as time goes on, so we'll stop here with the yama alone. Niyama is one more Patanjali, Pranamami Patanjalim part 2 when we take. Or very soon, Vinay Siddhaya will launch a course on Patanjali Yoga Sutras and we will all join for it. So yama, niyama, asana, sorry, in yama itself, ahimsa, satya, asteya, brahmacharya, aparigraha, again, more than what is required. That is very much, forget politicians who accumulate. Even within field certificates, this certificate which is very much there, yoga teachers. There was somebody who brought a big binding to me. I asked, is it your thesis, PhD thesis, I asked. No, bhaiya, this is my certificate file. Again, for today's program, many of them had messaged me. Do you give certificate? Saku. How much certificate is required? You got. Getting so much certificate, you go to some people, full, all those. Right? So even here, we have to practice aparigraha, which is not accumulating not more than what is required. Accumulate as much as you want knowledge. Accumulate as much as you want your experience. Meeting such people, yogic people, and getting the vibes from them. Don't have scarcity for that. Go as much as you can do that. Attend as much as events like Indica's Mysore Yoga Utsava. Do that. Ado, bhaiya told enough. So, na tumba events attend madidini. Sumar conference attend saku. Don't think there that it is enough. There you should go and attend as much as possible. Let more and more knowledge comes to us. Let more and more experience come to us. Let us grow more and more. Not like me. But in terms of our experience, for that, it's very much required to follow all those. So again, the last one more thing I want to kind of share before the third bell, which is already not there. He would not have said it. He would not have thought somebody kale and anavacheta, people who have transcended time like me are there also. And therefore, yama niyama, after that which comes the asana. We all know Patanjali has given only 3 sutras for the asana. For the asana, only 3 sutras have given. Like that, Vinay will only ring 3 bells. 3 sutra, 3 bell. So for the asana, he have not mentioned, as we all know, though in the even Vyasa's Bhashya also mentions the name of some of the asanas and all. But Patanjali as such have not mentioned any name of the asanas. He had mentioned only Sthira Sukham Asanam. This Sthiratva, this idea where I feel that if you are established very much in the Yama Niyama which was told earlier, then Sukham comes on its own. What we require ultimately, Dukkha Nivartihi Sukha Praptischa. Yam Labdvacha Param Labham. Everyone wants that Sukha. How do you get that Sukha? Not by torturing yourself in asanas and everything. If you are established very well in Yama Niyama, then that Sukha comes. When you are sthira in your Yama Niyama, Sukha comes. That state itself is called asana. Thank you all so much.
ಸುಬ್ಬುಭಯ್ಯ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಕ್ಷಮೆ ಇರಲಿ. ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮ ಯೋಗ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋದನ್ನ ಅಷ್ಟಾಂಗ ಯೋಗ ಅಂತ
ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅಷ್ಟಾಂಗ ಯೋಗ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ತಪ್ಪಿಲ್ಲ.
ಅಷ್ಟಾಂಗಗಳನ್ನ ನಮ್ಮ ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮ ಯೋಗದ ಸ್ಥಾಪಕರಾದ ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯ ಸುಬ್ಬುಭಯ್ಯ ಅವರು ಬಹಳ ಸುಂದರವಾಗಿ ಹಾಡಿನ ಮೂಲಕ ತಿಳಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ಇವಾಗ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ
Before we proceed further, we welcome Sridharan sir, IYA, National EC member and senior teacher at KYA.
Last time, in Pondicherry, when Sridharan sir was there, I made him also to sing and dance everything. So at the end of it, he said he will become a very popular Anta. So I was feeling very sad when this time I was singing, he was not correct on the right line runner.
There are so many of us here who want to know how to become the IYA member.
Already, maybe many of you have become. Yeshana IYA members idra kayyate. How many of you are members? EC member is there? How many of you are members of it? So many are there. Put your hands down. How many of you are yoga teachers other than those who are already IYA member? How many of IYA members kayyatad beda? Already members, don't put your hands up. Yoga teachers. Okay. Outside there is a scan code which is there. You can all scan. And how many of you have done your master's degree? PhD or master's? Then 10,000 rupees life member. One day a certificate course. YIC. Okay. Then professional membership you can take. Okay. So done. Deal is done. So become member. Why you should become member? So this picture explains. Indian Yoga Association is the authentic umbrella organization unifying all diverse traditions in yoga as a common organization. Today, there are many challenges, as I was telling about the Yama Nema, there are many challenges for the yoga fraternity as such, right? We know in Isha what all the trouble that they underwent. So as such, when it is there, so other than the organization on its own fighting for it, we need to come as a community, as a fraternity together to fight for various things in yoga. And not just fighting, the welfare of yoga teachers. I feel very sad always when the situation of COVID came. Many teachers were in a very bad shape. So only a common body like this can work for the welfare of yoga teachers. And again, yoga's welfare also to be taken care. Yoga itself is in a questionable shape today. So yoga's welfare, the yoga fraternity welfare, and whereby the community's welfare all to be taken care. A common unifying body like IYA is very much required. And this is where all the legendary pioneer yoga institutions of this country, which is for the whole world. India is the leader of Vishwaguru for the whole world, Bharat. Therefore, all the leading organizations, it could be S. Vyasa, Art of Living, Isha, Ramdeva's Patanjali, Krishnamacharya Yoga Mandiram, to every school, traditional school. And today we want all the modern schools also to come there and imbibe these traditional values, which is very much required. And therefore, be a part of Indian Yoga Association, IYA. So outside we are all there. Today when you go back, you all have to become the members of IYA. Thank you all so much.
So we now request Dr. Vishwanath MV sir to felicitate Dr. K. Subramanian.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, and thank you, Akshata and team. We shall now break for 10 minutes. You can have kashaya and snacks that are waiting for you outside. And please do join us back in 10 minutes. There's a nice, interesting story waiting. Thank you.
All right, tea break is over. Please assemble back. Tea break is over. Please assemble back. Tea break is over.
We request everybody to assemble back. We are starting the sessions.
ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಬೇಗ ಬಂದು ತಮ್ಮ ತಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಥಾನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಳಿತರೆ ನಾವು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಆರಂಭಿಸಬಹುದು.
Welcome back after the break. I hope you enjoyed this short break. We know Patanjali's contribution to yoga, grammar, and medicine. Here is an interesting one. I just want to know from Jyoti if there is how versatile Patanjali was.
ವೀಣಾ, ನಾವು ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಅವರ ಯೋಗಸೂತ್ರದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಆಗಲಿ ಮಹಾಭಾಷ್ಯದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಆಗಿ ತಿಳಿದಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಬಹಳ ಕುತೂಹಲಕಾರಿಯಾದಂತಹ ಒಂದು ವಿಷಯ ಅಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಮಂದಿಗೆ ಈ ಕಥೆಯ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತಿಳಿದಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾನೊಂದು ಕತೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ. ಒಮ್ಮೆ ಚಿದಂಬರಂನಲ್ಲಿ ಪತಂಜಲಿಯವರು ನಂದಿ ಈಶ್ವರನ ದರ್ಶನಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಆಗ ನಂದಿ ಅವರನ್ನು ಶಿವನ ದರ್ಶನಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಅಡ್ಡ ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ. ಪತಂಜಲಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸಿಟ್ಟು ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ನಾನು ಹೇಗಾದರೂ ಆಗಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಶಿವನ ದರ್ಶನ ಮಾಡಿಯೇ ತೀರ್ತೇನೆ ಅಂತ ಅವರು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊತಾರೆ. ನಂದಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಪಾಠ ಕಲಿಸ್ಬೇಕು, ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಶಿವನ ದರ್ಶನ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿಡ್ಲಿಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ ಅವರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅವರು ಒಂದು ಸ್ತೋತ್ರವನ್ನು ರಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಆ ಸ್ತೋತ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ಈಗ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಕ್ಷರಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಾಗಲಿ ಕ ಕ ಕಿ ಕಿ ಕೊಂಬುಗಳಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಪಾದಗಳಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಕಾಕೆ ತೋಕೆ, ಕಾಕೆ ತೋ ಕೈ, ಕೋ, ಕಾಕಿಳಿ ಕ, ಆ ಪಾದಗಳಾಗಲಿ ಇದು ಕೊಂಬುಗಳಾಗಲಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದು ಯಾವುದೂ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿಯ ದೀರ್ಘ ಸ್ವರಗಳಿಲ್ಲದಿರುವಂತಹ ಸ್ತೋತ್ರವನ್ನು ಅವರು ರಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಆ ಸ್ತೋತ್ರವನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ನೋಡು ನಂದಿ, ನಿನಗೆ ಪಾದ ಮತ್ತು ಕೊಂಬು ಇದೆ, ಆದರೆ ನಾನು ಶಿವನ ಸ್ತುತಿಗೆ ರಚಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಸ್ತೋತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ಪಾದಗಳು ಇರುವುದಿಲ್ಲ, ಕೊಂಬು ಇರುವುದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿ ಟೀಕೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಒಂದು ಸ್ತೋತ್ರವನ್ನು ರಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಆ ಸ್ತೋತ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರು ಪಠನೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಶಿವ ಆ ಸ್ತೋತ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ನೃತ್ಯ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನೃತ್ಯ ಮಾಡಿ ನಂತರ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಈ ಸ್ತೋತ್ರದ ನಂತರ ನೀನು ಪಾಣಿನಿಯವರ ವ್ಯಾಕರಣ ಅದನ್ನು ನೀನು ಮಹಾಭಾಷ್ಯವನ್ನು ಬರಿಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ರೂಪಕವಾಗಿ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕತೆ ಕೂಡ ಇದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ವ್ಯಾಘ್ರಪಾದ ಅಂತ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಮಹರ್ಷಿ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಪತಂಜಲಿ ನಿನಗೆ ಕೊಂಬು ಇಲ್ಲ, ಪಾದ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಒಂದು ನಾವು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಬೋದು, ಕಾಕತಾಳೀಯ ಅನ್ನೋ ಥರ ಅವರ ಹೆಸರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ಪಾದಗಳು ಇಲ್ಲ, ಕೊಂಬು ಇಲ್ಲ, ಪತಂಜಲಿ. ಆಗ ವ್ಯಾಘ್ರಪಾದನಿಗೆ ಹೀಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ನಲ್ಲ ಮಹರ್ಷಿ, ಈ ವ್ಯಾಘ್ರಪಾದ ಋಷಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ನಾನು ಚರಣ ಶೃಂಗರಹಿತವಾದಂತಹ ಸ್ತೋತ್ರವನ್ನು ಬರಿತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಸ್ತೋತ್ರವನ್ನು ಬರೀತಾರೆ. ನನ್ನ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣದಾದ ಅಟೆಂಪ್ಟ್ ತಪ್ಪಿದ್ದಲ್ಲಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಕ್ಷಮಿಸಿ. ಸದಂಚಿತ ಮುದಂಚಿತ ನಿಕುಂಚಿತ ಪದಂ ಜಲ ಜಲಂಚಲಿತ ಮಂಜುಕಟಕಂ ಪತಂಜಲಿ ದೃಗಂಜನ ಮನಂಜನ ಮಚಂಚಲ ಪದಂ ಜನನ ಭಂಜನಕರಂ ಕದಂಬರುಚಿ ಮಾಂಬರವಸಂ ಪರಮಮಂಬದ ಕದಂಬಕ ವಿಡಂಬಕಗಲಂ ಚಿದಂಬುದಿಮಣಿಬುದರದಂಬುದರವೀಂ ಪರಚಿದಂಬರ ನಟಂ ಹೃದಿ ಭಜೆ ಹರಂ ತ್ರಿಪುರ ಭಂಜನ ಮನಂತಕೃತ ಕಂಕಣ ಅಖಂಡದಯರಂತರಹಿತಂ ವಿರಂಚಿಸುರ ಸಂಹತಿ ಪುರಂದರ ವಿಚಿಂತಿತ ಪದಂ ತರುಣ ಚಂದ್ರಮಕುಟಂ ಪರಂ ಪದ ವಿಖಂಡಿತ ಯಮಂಭಸಿತ ಮಂಡಿತ ತನುಂ ಮದನ ಮಂಚನಂ ಪರಂ ಚಿರಂತನ ಮಮಂ ಪ್ರಣವ ಸಾಂಚಿತ ನಿಧಿ ಪರ ಚಿದಂಬರಂ ನಟಂ ಹೃದಿ ಭಜೆ. ಎಷ್ಟು ಸ್ವಾರಸ್ಯಕರವಾದಂತಹ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ರಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿರುವಂತಹ ಆ ಪದಗಳ ಬಳಕೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಕುತೂಹಲಕಾರಿ. ಈಗ 3ನೆಯ ಅಧ್ಯಾಯವನ್ನು ಆರಂಭಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ.
Thank you, Jyoti. That was really an interesting story. We request the next speaker, Dr. Vishwanath sir, to come on the dais. We are now starting with the 3rd chapter, Vibhuti Pada. Vibhuti means power or manifestation. It is said that supranormal powers are acquired by the practice of yoga. The temptation of these powers should be avoided and the attention should be fixed only on liberation. I feel honored to introduce Dr. Vishwanath MV, Senior IKS Faculty at Yoga Vijnana. He serves as a guest lecturer in the Department of Alankara Shastra, Government Maharaja Sanskrit College, Mysuru. He is also serving as an adjunct professor at the Department of Heritage Sciences at IIT Hyderabad. His thesis, titled Srimad Valmiki Ramayane Samvada Vimarshaha, was awarded with a PhD from Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. He has three master's degree in Sanskrit, Alankara Shastra and Phalita Jyotisham. His research areas include Sanskrit literature, Ramayana, Sankhya philosophy, Arthashastram, Nimitta, Shakuna and Phalita Jyotisham. He is currently the principal investigator of a research project titled Demarcation of Ramakatha through Samvada, funded by IKS Division of Ministry of Education, Government of India. He has published 4 research papers in referred journals. He has also contributed 4 chapters in the Kannada translation of Manasollasa, published by Karnataka Sanskrit University, Bangalore. He has presented research papers in many seminars and conferences. He has also delivered several talks on Sankhya, Jyotisham, and Bhagavad Gita, series of talks on Kumara Sambhavam and Shishupala in Sanskrit, Kuvalayananda and Srimad Bhagavatam in Kannada. Rasa Gangadhara in Hindi are being made available on YouTube channel Guru Guha Lahari. He is the speaker for several of the Yoga Upanishad talks conducted by Yoga Vijnana. Akshata Aunty, we welcome you, sir. Akshata Aunty,
Please join in.
अथ तृतीयः विभूतिपादः देशबन्धश्चित्तस्य धारणा तत्र प्रत्ययैकतानता ध्यानम् तदेवार्थमात्रनिर्भासं स्वरूपशून्यमिव समाधिः त्रयमेकत्र संयमः तज्जयात् प्रज्ञालोकः तस्य भूमिषु विनियोगः त्रयमन्तरङ्गं पूर्वेभ्यः तदपि बहिरङ्गं निर्बीजस्य व्युत्थाननिरोधसंस्कारयोरिभिभवप्रादुर्भावौ निरोधक्षणचित्तान्वयो निरोधपरिणामः तस्य प्रशान्तवाहिता संस्कारात् सर्वार्थतैकाग्रतयो क्षयोदयौ चित्तस्य समाधिपरिणामः ततः पुनः शान्तोदितौ तुल्यप्रत्ययौ चित्तस्यैकाग्रतापरिणामः एतेन भूतेन्द्रियेषु धर्मलक्षणावस्थापरिणामा व्याख्याताः शान्तोदिता व्यपदेश्य धर्मानुपाती धर्मी क्रमान्यत्वं परिणामान्यत्वे हेतुः परिणामत्रयसंयमादतीतानागतज्ञानम् शब्दार्थप्रत्ययानामितरेतराध्यासात् संक्रमस्तत्प्रविभागसंयमात् सर्वभूतऋतज्ञानम् संस्कारासाक्षात्करणात् पूर्वजातिज्ञानम् प्रत्ययस्य परचित्तज्ञानम् न च तत्सालम्बनं तस्या विषयीभूतत्वात् कायरूपसंयमात् तद्ग्राह्यशक्तिस्तम्भे चक्षुः प्रकाशासंप्रयोगेऽन्तर्धानम् सोपक्रमन्निरुपक्रमं च कर्म तत्संयमादपरान्तज्ञानमरिष्टेभ्यो वा मैत्र्यादिषु बलानि बलेषु हस्तिबलादीनि प्रवृत्त्यालोकन्यासात् सूक्ष्मव्यवहितविप्रकृष्टज्ञानम् भुवनज्ञानं सूर्ये संयमात् चन्द्रे ताराव्यूहज्ञानम् ध्रुवे तद्गतिज्ञानम् नाभिचक्रे कायव्यूहज्ञानम् कण्ठकूपे क्षुत्पिपासानिवृत्तिः कूर्मनाड्यां स्थैर्यम् मूर्धज्योतिषि सिद्धदर्शनम् प्रातिभाद्वा सर्वम् हृदये चित्तसंवित् सत्त्वपुरुषयोरत्यन्तासङ्कीर्णयोः प्रत्यया विशेषो भोगः परार्थत्वात् स्वार्थसंयमात् पुरुषज्ञानम् ततः प्रातिभश्रावणवेदनादर्शास्वादवार्ता जायन्ते ते समाधावुपसर्गाव्युत्थाने सिद्धयः बन्धकारणशैथिल्यात् प्रचारसंवेदनाच्च चित्तस्य परशरीरावेशः उदानजयाज्जलपङ्ककण्टकादिष्वसङ्ग उत्क्रान्तिश्च समानजयाज्वलनम् श्रोत्राकाशयोः सम्बन्धसंयमाद्दिव्यं श्रोत्रम् कायाकाशयोः सम्बन्धसंयमाल्लघुतूलसमापत्तेश्चाकाशगमनम् बहिरकल्पिता वृत्तिर्महाविदेह ततः प्रकाशावरणक्षयः स्थूलस्वरूपसूक्ष्मान्वयार्थवत्त्वसंयमाद्भूतजयः ततोऽणिमादिप्रादुर्भावः कायसम्पत्तद्धर्मानभिघातश्च रूपलावण्यबलवज्रसंहननत्वानि कायसम्पत् ग्रहणस्वरूपास्मितान्वयार्थवत्त्वसंयमादिन्द्रियजयः ततो मनोजवित्वं विकरणभावः प्रधानजयश्च सत्त्वपुरुषान्यताख्यातिमात्रस्य सर्वभावाधिष्ठातृत्वं सर्वज्ञातृत्वं च तद्वैराग्यादपि दोषबीजक्षये कैवल्यम् स्थान्युपनिमन्त्रणे सङ्गस्मयाकरणं पुनरनिष्टप्रसङ्गात् क्षणतत्क्रमयोः संयमाद्विवेकजं ज्ञानम् जातिलक्षणदेशैरन्यतान्नवच्छेदात् तुल्ययोस्ततः प्रतिपत्तिः तारकं सर्वविषयं सर्वथा विषयमक्रमञ्चेति विवेकजं ज्ञानम् सत्त्वपुरुषयोः शुद्धिः साम्ये कैवल्यमिति इति पातञ्जलयोगसूत्रेषु तृतीयः विभूतिपादः.
Thank you, Akshata and team. Sir, over to you for the summary.
ॐ यो माग्ने भागिनगं सन्तमथा भागं चिकीर्षति अभागमग्ने तङ्कुरु मामग्ने भागिनं कुरु वन्दे गुरूणां चरणारविन्दे सन्दर्शितस्वात्मसुखावबोधे जनस्य ये जाङ्गलिकायमाने संसारहालाहलमोहशान्त्यै. Thank you very much. I'm not a person who usually asks for a glass of water, and those of you who have seen me would have already known. But I specifically asked Vinayji, who was also perplexed by my request, that why is he asking for a glass of water? The main course has already been served to you. Okay. In the beginning, it was a very sweet lecture of 20 minutes describing the first pada. And then it had all the South Indian varieties that you usually expect in a South Indian meal in Dr. Subramanian's lecture. This is the uppu uppinkai of South Indian meal. Okay? And uppu tindmele neer kudilebeku, therefore, the water as well. And before that, honestly, when I was sitting there, I was thinking, how will I begin? suddenly I remembered Arjuna, okay, because I am of that plight as of now. Drishtvaimam swajanam Krishna, not yuyutsum, sorry, vijñātum samupasthitam. Okay. The people who are all here present to know more about Yoga Sutras. Gandivam sramsate hastat. You can see, I'm not making this up. Gandivam sramsate hastat. Tvakchaiva paridahyate. Parishushyati. Mukhanja parishushyati. Vepadhascha sharire me. Romaharshascha jayate. This is my situation. However, all of them have got something to do with what we are going to discuss in... Oh, did you already ring the bell? Oh, okay. Oh, I'm already on clock. This 20-minute is somewhat similar to asking somebody like who like a Rahul Dravid or maybe Jack Callis to play a 2020 game, okay? And especially when the openers have set the platform so brilliantly, and you ask someone who is used to speak for not below 90 minutes to speak in 20 minutes of the third pada, which is called as the Vibhuti pada, okay? All right, so this begins with and I don't know whether it is UG syllabus or postdoc syllabus. This is something, as I said, which is very much required for the complete and the comprehensive understanding of Yoga Sutras. As I was just seeing Indian Yoga Association, at the bottom of it, there is Yoga Anushasanam. Okay. Bhojadeva in his Rajamartanda Vritti, he describes what is Anushasanam, and while saying what Anushasanam means, he says that there are 4 important aspects that one must take into consideration if anything has to qualify as an Anushasanam. The first one is Lakshana, second one is Bheda, third one is Upaya, fourth one is Phala. Lakshana, the definition, that is Yoga's Chittavritti Nirodha, that has already been explained. Bheda, the Nirbija Samadhi and Sabija Samadhi, also covered in the first chapter. And whatever Upaya is required, that are all discussed in the second chapter by saying that Tapasvadhyaya, etc., etc. Now, the only remaining aspect is Phala. And for that explanation, he takes up 2 important chapters. The 2, and half of it, 50% of Yoga Sutras is dedicated to show what is it that we stand to gain if we pursue the path of yoga. Prior to this, he has explained, Patanjali has explained Yama, Niyama, Asana, Pranayama, Pratyahara. They are called as Bahiranga, the external sources that are required for the importance of understanding or getting initiated into Dharana, Dhyana, Samadhi. You must see the style of Patanjali completely takes a shift when he moves into the third pada. It is somewhat similar to all the great poets that have usually used this sort of style. Valmiki starts off with a very small flow, and then it becomes big, and then again it comes down to a small stream. Similarly, we see the same impact or same style adopted by Patanjali as well. The Sutrakara, that is Patanjali, he used so many sutras to describe what are the yamas, niyamas, asana, pranayama, pratyahara. And when it comes to dharana, dhyana, and samadhi, such an important aspect of Yoga Sutras, and he dedicates only 3 sutras, precisely 3 sutras. Desha bandhas chittasya dharana. Deshe bandhaha, desha bandhaha. There are several places that can be used in order to contemplate upon. So that contemplation, or the location of the contemplation, is called as dharana. We must specify where exactly we are going to contemplate. That takes care of the dharana part. And wherever you have already located yourself, tatra, tasmin deshe ityarthaha, wherever we have already decided or determined that this is the location where we are going to contemplate upon. Chapter number 6, Bhagavad Gita, Nasikagram, he mentions, Shuchau deshe pratisthapya sthiramasanamatmanaha. In that shloka, in that process, he Samprekshya Nasikagram Swam, he mentions. So these are some of the locations which are existing within us, or you can take up something else as well. But location must be specified. Monday, I am located in Malleshwaram. Okay, Kadu Malleshwara Devasthana. Okay. And Tuesday, I go to some other temple. It shouldn't be like that. So that's why he specifically mentions that Chittasya Desha Bandhaha. If everything was accessible to everyone, or if one was allowed to go through everything, then it would have not been told as Desha Bandha. There needs to be a specific Bandha, a sort of arrangement, a sort of commitment needs to be there in terms of Desha. And then, Tatra, wherever we have located ourselves, Pratyayaika Tanata. Pratyaya is that Jnanam. Pratyaya means Jnanam, and that should be Ekatanata. It should be like a single flow, and it shouldn't break. My teacher used to give us this example. What is the best way of understanding dhyana? It's very difficult to understand in this term. Ekatanata is a very difficult term to understand initially. So 4 tumblers, fill 1 tumbler with water, keep 2 tumblers empty, fill 1 tumbler with water, another tumbler with castor oil. Okay. And then try to pour water into an empty tumbler from a considerable height, and you will see that the flow of water breaks. And you do the same with the castor oil, and the flow of oil remains intact. That is Ekatanata. Tatra, wherever we have already located ourselves, and that contemplation must be like that flow. Ekatanata, that is called as Dhyanam. And when we push this Dhyanam to next level, that is why it is a little difficult to understand. Until Pratyahara, things are very smooth and very easy to understand, because we get that we are located in 100 different places and we need to pull ourselves back. That withdrawal syndrome is a good thing, by the way, and that withdrawal should happen, we get that. But how come Samadhi is both the destination as well as an Anga? That is where things get a little difficult. I hope I'm not making things difficult. Okay, moving on. So I can't help, as I said, it's just like, you can't waste any ball, not a single minute. You just keep going on, that's it. So the same Dhyanam, when we push it a little further, he says in the 3rd sutra of the 3rd chapter, Tadeva Arthamatra Nirbhasam Swarupa Shunyamiva. He doesn't mean that it loses its Swarupam, it loses its outlook, but it almost happens as if it has lost its outlook. It is not like it has completely lost, but similar to losing its outlook. Swarupa Shunyamiva Samadhi. But this is not the point where I wanted to focus, because there should be something to take away, right? What is it that we can understand? One of the milestones of 3rd Pada, the Vibhuti Pada, is the definition of Sanyama. And he says, Trayamekatra Sanyamaha. When you bring all 3 of them into one place or into one object, then it becomes Sanyama. And what is the importance of Sanyama? There was this famous conversation that happened between Krishna and Arjuna, because that's the premise on which I am building up this. So in the 6th chapter, he goes on to say that I have understood everything that you have said. Okay, fine, fantastic. However, I feel that this is impossible. Okay, theory mein sab kuch theek hai, but not practically, Krishna. It is impossible. Chanchalam hi manah Krishna pramadhi balavat dridham tasyaham nigraham manya. To control it is as impossible as taming the wind. And what sort of answer do you expect from a person in whom you have just confided your biggest fear? Oh, don't worry, everything will be... No. That's not the approach that Krishna had. Asamshayam Mahabahu. You're absolutely right, Arjuna. Without a doubt, mind is difficult to control. And then he mentions those 2 things which are already covered in the 2nd chapter, Abhyasa and Vairagya. Abhyasena tu kaunteya, Vairagyena cha grihyate. In the immediately next shloka, the 3rd Pada, Asanyatatmana yogo dushprapa iti me matihi. He who doesn't have sanyama, for him it is impossible to attain moksha or to attain samadhi. So, asanyatatmana yogo dushprapaha. The word yoga there refers to samadhi. So, he who doesn't have this sanyama cannot reach samadhi. Therefore, whatever we have studied so far, all these 5 angas which are called as bahiranga, they all act as bahiranga, they all act as supporting cast for the 3 main things, that is dharana, dhyana and samadhi. But nobody likes 3 major heroes in one movie. So they brought them all together, 3 characters put into one, and they call it as sanyama. Trayamekatra sanyamaha. And that sanyama, tat jayat. Once we gain that sanyama, prajna lokaha. And like this, he moves on, and then he mentions that Trayamantarangam Purvebhya in Sutra number 7, Tadapi Bahirangam Nirbijasya. Even the Samprajnata Samadhi or Sabija Samadhi becomes an external thing for the Nirbija Samadhi. So very, very technical terms, but that is the nature of the text, and I cannot help it but to say all these things. And then he mentions that he is now building up the phala part, as I mentioned, the outcome part, the ultimate outcome that one is seeking from these Yoga Sutras. So for that Siddhi, in order to understand Siddhi, we need to know the transcend that happens. How many types of transcendation are there, or the transcend that happens from elevating ourselves to a different level? How many types of such transcends exist? So the third pada mentions that there are 3 transcends. The first one is called as Nirodha Parinama. I'm not going to go in detail because, of course, for the shortage of time. The first one is Nirodha Parinama, second one is Samadhi Parinama, Sutra number 11, and then the third one is Ekagrata Parinama. And then he summarizes them by saying that 3 things that one needs to understand here is Dharma, Lakshana, and Avastha Parinama. Dharma Parinama, Avastha Parinama, and Lakshana Parinama. And what happens when we have attained all these 3 things? How many more minutes do I have? 7. Okay. It's important. Yeah. Now, the first one is we see mud regularly somewhere else, on the ground. We see mud, and that mud takes the shape of a pot. So that is called as the Dharma Parinama. It changes its complete outlook. It changes its condition. Earlier it was in the condition of a simple mud. Now it has converted itself, or it has transcended itself into the shape of a pot. That is called as Dharma Parinama. Just an example to just hold it together. And then Lakshana Parinama is when the same pot is taken from a different path and put in our path. And when it is placed in front of us, we know that how the Kumbhakara makes the pot. But when it is placed in front of us, that is called as Avastha Parinama, Lakshana Parinama. And lastly, Avastha Parinama is when both of them are together, the mind has this ability to attain or to remain with both of them. And this is exactly what he explained in the Nirodha Parinama as well. So the 3 stages, that is, Kshipta, Vikshipta, and Mudha. This is called as Vyutthana because it is upgoing, it is outgoing. And then the next one is Nirodha. And the mind has the ability to equally distribute itself to both of them. However, one has to be Abhibhava, one has to be defeated. The Vyutthana part has to be defeated, and the Nirodha part has to be triumphant. And when this happens, this is called as Nirodha Parinama. Even though the mind has to, the Chitta has to choose between these 2, when it falls towards the Nirodha, then it is called as Nirodha Parinama. Okay, that is what he said, because these things are required, because if we start at this stage, then it slowly gets us elevated to the Siddhis. Now this is the most interesting part, where everyone gets fascinated to know what all Siddhis can we have. Starting from Sutra number 16, where he mentions that Parinamatraya Sanyama Datita Anagata Jnanam. This is why Parinamatraya, the 3 transformations were discussed earlier, because when one has the control over these 3 Parinamas, they get to the first Siddhi. The first Siddhi is Atita Anagata Jnanam. The ability to know what has already happened and what shall happen in future. So that comes as the first Siddhi. And then Sarvabhuta Ruta Jnanam. I'm just going to just quickly go through a hawk-eye view of all the Siddhis that has been mentioned. Sarvabhuta Ruta Jnanam. Ruta means the sound that every creature makes. And one gets to know those sounds. And then Purvajati Jnanam, which is very important. And there are some ways of understanding that. And some people have made a huge career out of that. By telling you that what were you previously in your previous birth. If you want to unlock, if you want to know what you were in your previous birth, come to us, we will tell you. You don't have to go anywhere. All you have to do is follow Sutra number 18, where he mentions that Samskara Sakshatkaranat Purvajati Jnanam. Okay, and then Parachitta Jnanam, to know what is in someone else's heart. Okay, we are all experts. Parangita Jnanam, we all know what is going on in someone's heart, as I am experiencing it. When will this fellow stop? It's already gone 20 minutes. It feels like a 2-hour lecture. Okay, all right, moving on. And Kaya Rupa Sanyama and all these things. We'll quickly go through that because there's not much time, because I don't want to hear the bell. Okay, Baleshu Hasti Baladini, Maitriyadishu Balani, and all these things, they gain strength when they contemplate upon. These are the specific locations that were mentioned. It has to start from dharana, no? Deshabandhas chittasya dharana. So when we start from the dharana, because sanyama, that sanyama should begin with dharana. So when it starts from here, it eventually lands up there. And three things that I wanted to highlight in this chapter is, of course, because of my background in Jyotisha and all, Bhuvanajnanam Surya Sanyamat. When one contemplates on Surya, and Vrittikara very clearly mentions this Surya is not the Antaranga Surya or the internal Surya that they are talking about, or the Surya Nadi or anything, but this is the external element, the heavenly body that appears. So when we start contemplating upon that, he says that Bhuvanajnanam, we get to know about the entire creation. Okay. Basically, that is your key to, that sir is not here, the certificate to geography, okay? And then Chandre Tara Vyuha Jnanam, astronomical knowledge, when you focus on, when you start on Chandra, and Dhruve Tadgati Jnanam, etc., we move on. And then Nabhi Chakre Kaya Vyuha Jnanam. Interestingly, the Yoga Upanishads, they all begin with this Kaya Vyuha. They start their journey, they explain, they describe how this entire body, or the nadis, the nadi chakram is there. That nadi chakram is generally, the nadi chakram is generally spanning from the navel region to the reproductive organ. In between that region is where usually it is located. And from there, all the nadis have emerged. And that is explained, and that is called as Kaya Vyuha Jnanam. And the focal point is, the location is Nabhi. Okay? And then we move on, Kshutpipasa Nivrittihi, Kanthakupe Kshutpipasa Nivrittihi. So we hear so many stories which are vital for us to understand these siddhis for the fourth chapter. He's building up for the fourth chapter. And then Kurmanadyam Sthiryam, Hridaye, Chitta Samvita, etc., 36, Sutra number 36. And then comes the most important one, a googly. Okay? He says that all these siddhis that were so fascinating to hear so far, samadhau, in the pursuit of nirbija samadhi, upasargaha. They are all hurdles. And then how come you yourself call them a siddhi? Now you are calling them as hurdles. You make up your mind. Vyamishreneva vakyena buddhim mohaya sivame. No. Tadekam vada nishchitya. Therefore, he added an appendix there, an annexure. He says, Vyuthane siddhayaha. When the mind goes towards the kshipta, vikshipta, and mudha, that's when they will be, these things are called as siddhis. But when the chitta moves towards nirodha, they are not siddhis. If you are looking towards, moving towards nirodha, then these are definitely hurdles. These are obstacles, and one needs to overcome them. And from here onwards begins a different kind of journey, an elevated journey, where he starts with Parakaya Pravesha, the famous stories that we have heard, that is in 38. And then Udana Jaya and Samana Jaya, those are the pranas, amongst the Pancha pranas. And then Shrotra Kasha and Kaya Kasha. And after all these things, the 44th sutra is another important one, where he mentions about Bhuta Jaya. Okay, just 1 minute, just one more minute. Bhuta Jaya. That is the Panchabhutas, the elements that we are aware of. That is the first step of building up towards the Samadhi. So Bhuta Jaya is important, and from there, Animadi Siddhis. Okay, these are originally, whenever the word Siddhi is used in Sanskrit literature, they mean Animadi Siddhi. Anima Mahima Chaiva Garima Laghima Tatha Praptif Prakamya Mishitvam Vashitvam Chashta Siddhayaha. And all these Siddhis come after Bhuta Jaya, basically having control over all these 5 Mahabhutas. So very quickly, Anima, we all know, the ability to make ourselves very small, very tiny. Mahima is to make ourselves huge, humongous. You just have to remember Hanuman's flight from South India to Lanka. Now that's where we have a beautiful description of all these siddhis. And then Laghutva Praptihi, where they feel light as cotton. Okay, as light as cotton. And then Garima is Gurutvam. They become very heavy, that they cannot hold. And Prapti is Angulyagrena Chandrasparshana Shaktihi, where they can touch the moon with the tip of their fingers. That sort of siddhi. Let us not get too carried away by all these things, but these are some descriptions that have been given, meant for those who have practiced sanyama, that is dharana, dhyana, samadhi, trayam ekatra sanyama. And then prakamya is where their wish never goes unfulfilled, where they get everything that they want and all these things. And after this, he talks about kaya sampat, that is the sharira sampat, where rupa, lavanya, bala, vajra samhanana, all these things are required, or all these things do appear. And immediately after that, he talks about, in sutra number 47, he talks about indriya jaya, which is also equally important. This is where the entire administrative part of Indian knowledge system started its root. Not before this. They have the roots firmly located from this sutra onwards. Kritsnam hidam shastram indriya jayaha is what Chanakya said. This entire Artha Shastra that we have, if one has to administer, if one has to govern, then they have to start from this. So basically, when Valmiki asked Narada about the 16 attributes, Atmavatvam was also one of the attributes that he mentions. So basically, a leader should be an Atmavan. And how to attain that Atmavatvam is described in this. Okay. Moving on, then comes Pradhana Jaya, that is Prakriti or Mula Prakriti, what we call as Pradhana, that is acquired. And after this, it leads to Kaivalyam. Tadvairagyadapi dosha bijakshaya Kaivalyam. And yeah, that's it. With this, we can conclude with the third chapter, where he talks about till Kaivalyam. Okay. Sattva Purushayo Shuddhi Samye Kaivalyam. Just one last bit where he mentions about Shuddhi Samyam. Okay. That Shuddhi should be there in both Sattva as well as Purusha. When they have the similar Samyam, when they have the similarity of Shuddhi, then it is called as Kaivalyam. And of course, all these things require plenty of explanation of the technical terms. I'm just running you through the technical terms so that you may go home, and while going home, you may feel that it was a very good lecture. You know? Spoke so many words. We did not understand a single word of it. Oh yeah, see. That's the feeling. You know? All right. Sattva Purushayo Shuddhi Samye Kaivalyam. And this Kaivalyam, the idea of Kaivalyam is not defeated in any other knowledge systems as well. It may sound that these things are very, very difficult for us to comprehend, but they are not. Ahara Shuddhau Sattva Shuddhi. Sattva Shuddhau Dhruva Smritihi. Okay. There is a connection, and they are spoken in a different language as well in other knowledge systems. However, this forms as the base from where all these things have stemmed up. Okay. So with this, I would like to conclude the summary of the third chapter. It was a daunting task. You have no idea how much of sweat I have had to give up in order to summarize this. I hope I have made justice, and it has been okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for such a wonderful session. I mean, though certain terms were not so clear, but I think we got the ultimate summary of what you wanted to convey. So thank you so much for that. Sir, you have been a major resource person for several of Yoga Vijnana's initiatives. So could you please tell us about this?
I don't want to bore you with this phase for another 5 minutes. So therefore I would like to call upon Vinayji to brief you about all the initiatives that have been taken by Yoga Vijnana, please.
Namaste everyone. I think probably this is going to be the most lighter discussion after the AV discussion. I think thank you for giving me this lighter topic. Okay. So basically after Vishwanath's, I think we can see, right? Okay. is not visible. Okay. I think some of you may have already received all these work that we have been doing it constantly. Is it visible now? Yeah. So this is one project which is going to be one of the fresh pet project that we have created. So because there is something called Shruti Prasthana, I don't know how many of you have heard, which is something which we hear things, right? And that is having so much of importance in the yoga or any tradition, which was completely lost in a lot of, probably because we don't want it nowadays. That's how it has become. Now we just wanted to recreate all these yogic text in an audible format. Okay, so what we have done is so far we have released almost 16 albums on the yoga text, which includes Yoga Sutras, Hatha Yoga Pradipika, Geranda Samhita to Hatha Yoga text, and also 13 yoga Upanishads already available on all the major streaming platforms. If you go to YouTube Music or Spotify, Amazon Music, iTunes, so if you go to any of these music stores, you can find any of these platforms, any of these albums. The albums that we have so far covered is quite an exhaustive one. This is kind of a list of albums that we have so far launched, which is all the text which is completely chanted. One of it is done by Akshata, who is chanting right now, Patanjali Yoga Sutra, which we are playing at the beginning also. And then Vishwanath has done Dr. Vishwanath has done a lot of contribution to the Upanishads. And this is not done. I think we are also many other albums we are launching soon. So we have Shiva Samhita by Dr. Jayaraman Mahadevan. I think many of you know Dr. Jayaramanji from Yasvyasa. He's currently in Yasvyasa. And again 4 more Yoga Upanishads and Bhagavad Gita also. Some of the recordings are already completed. We are just in the post-production stage where we are going to soon launch all these albums. So because we don't want somebody in the US to come and claim on all these things. So we just put a strong foot saying that we will do all these things and nobody is going to take it up. Okay? So please listen to all these things. In any of the, if you go to US, probably you will find it on more other platforms also, which we not available in India also. So there are many other music stores available in other countries. Some Discord, iTunes, iHeart, and all of those things. It's available everywhere. Okay, including if you want to, going forward, if you want to tag any of these videos in your Instagram and Facebook. Many people do that, right? When you're playing a video, you want to tag some chantings. That's possible. Okay, you just Google all these name of the Upanishad, you will be getting it there. So you can just tag it directly to any of your own whatever the posting you want to do. Okay, so this is one of the chanting project that we have taken. So if you want to access all of this together as a gallery, right? I don't know whether it's visible. Let me just quickly show it. We have made it very simple. Is it visible? No. Is it visible now? But I can't see it. Just wanted to kind of all right. So basically, if you want to go to any of these albums, you just have to go to Yoga Vijnana page. There is some chanting that we have created. And it's very well categorized properly. We have organized all the albums here. You just go to any of the links, Spotify, YouTube. And the best part is we have given the scripts for every album in 6 Indian languages. It's available in Sanskrit, Kannada, of course, and Telugu, Tamil, Malayalam, and English. Okay, so all the scripts are available absolutely for free. Absolutely, you can just go and log in there and you can just download any of the scripts. This is like a so nicely categorized albums there. And this is the first thing. And then, of course, we are together working on a lot of projects on the Yoga Upanishads also. So this is some of the things that we are doing together. So we have done a lot of e-learning courses on Upanishads. So because, again, when it comes to Yoga Upanishads, right, again, that is something which is not so often heard of. Is it visible? So a lot of Yoga Upanishads are also not very popular nowadays. So we want to recreate all those Upanishad lectures. And that's where Dr. Vishwanath is contributing a lot in recreating all these things. And this is something so far, our mission is to cover all 20 Yoga Upanishads in the next probably 6-7 years. Okay? So 6-7 years is what is the commitment from our side. We don't know how much time it will take. So far in the last 1 year, we have covered 4. Amrita Bindu, Amritanada, Advaya Taraka, and Dhyana Bindu. Sorry, that's here. Huh? Yeah, albums is also free only. Even albums are free. Anybody can listen to the albums also for free. Yeah. You can just go to Yoga Vignan, any of the music stores, you can listen to every album for free of cost. You don't need to pay anything. Okay? So, and all these Upanishads, so far 4 Upanishads we have covered, and all these courses that we have created is all stored as a course actually. So you can just go and only for today and tomorrow we are giving discount for all those who want to purchase these courses also. You just say Patanjali, you'll get flat 20% discount in any of these courses that we have created so far. Okay? And of course, taking this as an occasion, we want to launch one new course also, Brahma Vidya Upanishad. So for those who are interested, it's again 110 verses starting from January 6th. It's going to be broken into 2 separate sessions. It's going to, most of those Upanishad lectures are happening in the evening time. So that after all your office hours, you can just come back and listen to them. Okay? So that's again happening on 6th, it's starting. Again today and tomorrow, because we are launching this, Patanjali is the code, 20% discount. And also some of the teachers were asking me to do some courses, especially how to use props and all of those things. Many yoga teachers wanted to do these courses with us. So that's where we are launching this course also soon. It's going to start from 4th of January. So I think the details are already there with all of you. So you can just check out these the course details in the content you have received. So that's pretty much what we are currently working on those Upanishads and many other projects as well. So looking forward to see you in some of these courses. Also spread the word about all these things. So because we want more people to listen to those words. Like the Shruti is important, so you just want more people to listen to those chantings. Okay? Thank you so much.
We shall begin with the 4th chapter, Kaivalya Pada.
ನಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲ ಯೋಗ ದಿಗ್ಗಜರು ಇಲ್ಲಿಯವರೆಗೂ ತಿಳಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರುವಂತಹ ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ಏನಾದರೂ ಒಂದು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದಾಗ ಭಾಳ ಭಯ ಆಗತ್ತೆ. ಆದರೂ ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾರತೀಯ ತತ್ವಶಾಸ್ತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾನವ ಜೀವನದ 4 ಗುರಿ ಅಥವಾ ಪುರುಷಾರ್ಥಗಳೆಂದು ಅರ್ಥ, ಕಾಮ, ಧರ್ಮ, ಮೋಕ್ಷ, ಇದು ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಮಾಯಣ, ಮಹಾಭಾರತ, ಭಗವದ್ಗೀತೆ ಈ 4 ಪುರುಷಾರ್ಥಗಳನ್ನು ವಿವರಿಸಿದೆ. ಹಿಂದೂ ಧರ್ಮಶಾಸ್ತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಅರಿಷಡ್ ವರ್ಗ ಅಥವಾ ಷಡ್ರಿಪು ಅಂದರೆ ಮನಸ್ಸಿನ 6 ಶತ್ರುಗಳು, ಕಾಮ, ಕ್ರೋಧ, ಮದ, ಲೋಭ, ಮೋಹ, ಮಾತ್ಸರ್ಯ, ಈ ಅರಿಷಡ್ ವರ್ಗಗಳನ್ನು ಅನುಭವಿಸಿ ಅದರ ಪರಿಣಾಮಗಳನ್ನು ಅರಿತಾಗ ಶಾಂತಿ ದೊರೆಯುತ್ತೆ. ಕಾಮ ಕ್ರೋಧಶ್ಚ ಲೋಭಶ್ಚ ದೇಹೇ ತಿಷ್ಯಂತಿ ತಸ್ಕರ ಜ್ಞಾನರತ್ನೋಪಹಾರಾಯ ತಸ್ಮಾತ್ ಜಾಗೃತ ಜಾಗೃತ ಅಂತ ಆದಿಶಂಕರಾಚಾರ್ಯರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಧರ್ಮದ ಲಕ್ಷಣಗಳಾದ ಧೃತಿ, ಕ್ಷಮೆ, ಮನೋನಿಗ್ರಹ, ಆಸ್ತೇಯ, ಅಂತರ್ಬಾಹ್ಯ ಶುದ್ಧಿ, ಐಂದ್ರಿಯ ನಿಗ್ರಹ, ಬುದ್ಧಿ, ಸತ್ಯ, ವಿದ್ಯೆ, ಆಕ್ರೋಧಗಳನ್ನು ಬಸವಣ್ಣನವರು ಸರಳವಾಗಿ ತಮ್ಮ ವಚನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ತಿಳಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕಳಬೇಡ, ಕೊಲಬೇಡ, ಹುಸಿಯ ನುಡಿಯಬೇಡ, ತನ್ನ ಬಣ್ಣಿಸಬೇಡ, ಇದಿರ ಹಳಿಯಬೇಡ. ಇದೇ ಅಂತರಂಗ ಶುದ್ಧಿ, ಇದೇ ಬಹಿರಂಗ ಶುದ್ಧಿ, ಇದೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೂಡಲ ಸಂಗಮ ದೇವನ ನುಡಿಸುವ ಪರಿ. ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದಿನ ಭಾಗದ ಅಧ್ಯಾಯವನ್ನ ಅಕ್ಷತಾ ಅವರು ಪಠಣೆ ಮಾಡಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
अथ चतुर्थः कैवल्यपादः जन्मौषधिमन्त्रतपःसमाधिजासिद्धयः जात्यन्तरपरिणामः प्रकृत्या पुरात् निमित्तमप्रयोजकं प्रकृतीनां वर्णभेदस्तु ततः क्षेत्रिकवत् निर्माणचित्तान्यस्मिता मात्रात् प्रवृत्तिभेदे प्रयोजकं चित्तमेकमनेकेषां तत्र ध्यानजमनाशयम् कर्म शुक्ला कृष्णै योगिनस्त्रिविधमितरेषाम् ततस्तद्विपाकानुगुणानामेवाभिव्यक्तिर्वासनानां जातिदेशकालव्यवहितानामप्यप्येषां तदाप्यानन्तर्यं स्मृतिसंस्कारयोरेकरूपत्वात् तासामनादित्वं चाशिशो नित्यत्वात् हेतुफलाश्रयालम्बनैः सङ्गृहीतत्वादेषामभावे तदभावः अतीतानागतं स्वरूपतोऽस्यद्ववेदाधर्माणां ते व्यक्तसूक्ष्मा गुणात्मानः परिणामैकत्वाद्वस्तुतत्वम् वस्तुसाम्ये चित्तभेदात्तयोर्विभक्तः पन्थाः न चैकचित्ततन्त्रं वस्तु तदप्रमाणकं तदा किं स्यात् तदुपरागापेक्षित्वाच्चित्तस्य वस्तु ज्ञाताज्ञातम् सदा ज्ञाताश्चित्तवृत्तयस्तत्प्रभोः पुरुषस्यापरिणामित्वात् न तत्स्वाभासन्दृश्यत्वात् एकसमये चोभयानवधारणम् चित्तान्तरदृश्ये बुद्धिबुद्धेरतिप्रसङ्गस्मृतिसङ्करश्च चितेरप्रतिसङ्क्रमायास्तदाकारापत्तौ स्वबुद्धिसंवेदनम् द्रष्टृदृश्ययोपरक्तं चित्तं सर्वार्थम् तदसङ्ख्येयवासनाभिश्चित्रमपि परार्थं संहत्याकारित्वात् विशेषदर्शिन आत्मभावभावानामिनिवृत्तिः तदा विवेकनिम्नं कैवल्यप्राग्भारं चित्तम् तच्छिद्रेषु प्रयतयप्राणि संस्कारेभ्यः हानमेषां क्लेशवदुक्तम् प्रसङ्ख्यानेऽप्यकुशीलस्य सर्वथा विवेकख्यातेर्धर्ममेघः समाधिः ततः क्लेशकर्मनिवृत्तिः तदा सर्वावरणमलापेतस्य ज्ञानस्यानन्त्याज्ञेयमल्पम् ततः कृतार्थानां परिणामक्रमसमाप्तिर्गुणानां क्षणप्रतियोगी परिणामापरान्तर्निर्ग्राह्यः क्रमः पुरुषार्थशून्यानां गुणानां प्रतिप्रसवः कैवल्यं स्वरूपप्रतिष्ठावाचितिशक्तिरिति इति पातञ्जलयोगसूत्रेषु चतुर्थः कैवल्यपादः इति श्रीपातञ्जलयोगसूत्राणि.
Thank you, Akshata and team, for the wonderful chanting. Dr. Vishwanath sir, it's over to you for the summary. I think you can take time, so we have time.
Before I begin, I just want all of you to give them a big round of applause because they have done a fabulous job. Being myself from the traditional Sanskrit background, I do understand the challenges of chanting, and none of them, I don't think any of them are traditionally trained in Samskrita, but it's an acquired taste for them, and yet they have done such a fabulous job. So a big round of applause for all of them for doing justice to Yoga Sutras. Because I felt that after chanting, nobody is applauding them, so it's unfair. Yeah. All right. So basically, I have already done the Adi Mangalam, so there is no requirement to do the Madhya Mangalam. So unfortunately, you are stuck with this phase again for another 20 minutes, which has already started by the look of it. So this chapter is not going to take much time. The reason is this is something that should be discussed amongst those who have attained Kaivalyam. Amongst only this 4th chapter of Yoga Sutras must be meant as a topic of discussion for the Jivan Muktas. Imagine if there was a sabha, if there was a congregation where the likes of Ramana Maharshi, Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, Kanchi Paramacharya, Chandrasekhar Bharati, all these kind of people were put together. This would be their topic of discussion. And it is because that is the very nature of this Kaivalya Pada. And he picks off where he had left. So initially in the 3rd chapter we saw how it is Siddhi. Of course, it gets that label of Siddhi, like how we have surnames nowadays. Chaturvedi. No offense, please, if anybody is here. No offense at all. Now, there is a surname that we have been carrying on, but we have no idea what that surname actually means. So similarly, the Siddhis that were mentioned from 16th, Sutra number 16 to 36 in the 3rd chapter, they were bearing the name Siddhi only when the Chitta is in the Vyuthana mode. When it is towards Vyuthana, that's when it gets called as Siddhi. But that is not the ultimate purpose. The ultimate purpose is to move towards Nirodha. Otherwise, the 2nd sutra of 1st chapter would be Yogas Chitta Vritti Vyuthanam. He has very clearly mentioned that Yogas Chitta Vritti Nirodha. If we are aiming towards Samadhi, then it should be Chitta Vritti Nirodha. And that frequential dissolution should happen. And that is the whole idea. Therefore, those siddhis are not siddhis, but they are obstacles. And from there onwards, we require Bhuta Jaya, Kaya Sampat, Indriya Jaya, Samadhi, Kaivalya. And he had stopped at Samadhi. And then now he picks up in the 4th chapter where he says that there are 5 types of siddhis. Okay. And these are the original name bearers of Siddhi. These are the ones who actually deserve to be called as Siddhis. So he says, Janma, Oshadhi, Mantra, Tapaha, Samadhija, Siddhaya. There are 5 types of Siddhis. And because I have to make it interesting, not to make you boring anymore. So there is a certain Siddhi that some certain creatures are blessed with by their birth. From their birth, they are blessed with that Siddhi. For example, the birds, except penguin. Because it's a flightless bird. If it is flightless, it cannot be called as a bird, basically. I don't know how the scientific community has called it a bird. I don't want to get into that mess. But because the Vrittikara very clearly mentions by saying that Yatha Pakshyadinam Akashe Gamanam. That is the Janmata Siddhi. They have got it by birth. Nobody had to train them. They know how to fly. That is Janma Siddhi. And the second one is, he said that no, this is not the sort of conversation that we expected in Kaivalya Pada. Come on, you built up such a brilliant introduction and then you are giving examples of birds. Come on, you can do better. Yathava. Whenever an author, this is the secret of Sanskrit text, by the way, whenever you find an author saying Yathava, it means that there was no delete button, no backspace back then. So he know that he has written an example, but he also later, he contemplated and he came to this conclusion, no, I can do this better. There could be a better example. And rather than deleting the previous example and saying that it is invalid, he said that I will give you a better example. So Janmata Siddhi, the Siddhi that exists from the birth, he gives a better example. For example, Maharshis like Kapila. Okay? Even the authors in Yoga Shastra, they had to rely on Kapilacharya. Of course, we are doing this, the event as Pranamami Patanjalim, it is true, but the Vrittikara doesn't forget about Kapila. Okay, Kapila Maharshi Prabhatinam Janma Samantarameva Upajayamana Jnanadiha. That's how they got their Siddhi immediately after their birth. And then Oshadhi Siddhayaha, that is very much we are all aware of, which I don't want to spend much time because it's a delicate line. Okay, some substances that can be taken and that can initiate them into I think the word they use in these days is trance or something like that, and they elevate it to that level, so something like that. They are mistaken, they misrepresent it, but that is the sort of siddhi that exists. And then comes mantra siddhi. that is quite popular as well with mantra japa over a long course of time. When we keep repeating the same thing, mananatrayate, that which upon whose contemplation, upon repetition, that protects us from this samsara bandhanam, that is called as mantra, and that mantra japa can also lead to siddhi. The fourth one is called as tapas siddhi, and for tapas siddhi we have the famous example of Kaushika, how Kaushika turned into Vishwamitra. That is actually a conversation in the next sutra. In the very next sutra, he clarifies that, how this tapas siddhi happens. And lastly, samadhi siddhi, that which samadhi which has been previously explained. Sanyamaha, trayamekatra sanyamaha, dharana dhyana samadhi in one object, in one location, and that leads to samadhi, where even the samprajnata becomes an external organ or an external for the nirbija samadhi. That sort of samadhi is the samadhi siddhi. Whatever they end to, whatever they live to gain at the end of it, that is called as samadhi siddhi. And then immediately this question appears that there are some people who changed themselves. You know, for example, Kaushika was born as a Kshatriya and then he became Vishwamitra. How is this possible? Is this even really possible? And he says, yes, it is possible. Jatyantara parinamaha prakritya purat. That is the sutra which explains this part, where he says that prakritya purat, because they have this ability to go till the prakriti, till the pradhana, therefore they were able to change the entire thing. And that is a very rare instance. It won't happen quite often, but it's a very rare instance. And then this discussion goes forward, and he mentions that chittam ekam anekesham. How come there are so many chittas? And every person has got, every creature has got its own chitta. How is it possible? All these discussions, not meant for 2020. Okay, we move on. And then amongst these 5 siddhis that were mentioned in the first sutra of this pada, he mentions that in the 6th sutra he says that tatra dhyanajam anashayam. Okay, the most important amongst those 5 siddhis, the classification that we gave, okay, janma, oshadhi, mantra, tapas and samadhi. The samadhija siddhi is the most important one amongst these 5 because it clears all sorts of karma vasanas. This is where the actual discussion of karma comes in. So the karma vasanas are all cleared when that samadhi siddhi happens. Then if you simply mention karma vasana and all, it is not done. You have to give a definition, you have to explain how many types of karma are there, the classification of karma. The original classification of karma, according to Yoga Sutras itself, where he says that karma ashukla krishnam yoginas trividham itaresham. Okay. So there are basically 4 types of karma. Okay. The first one is shuklam karma, second one is krishnam, third one is ashukla krishnam, fourth one is shukla krishnam. Okay. Or maybe the reverse order. Third one is shukla krishnam, fourth one is ashukla krishnam. Okay. Shuklam is for devatas. Those who have done only good deeds, they end up in Swarga. They enjoy being a deity, they enjoy being a god. Okay. Those who have done only bad deeds, they end up in Krishna karma. Okay. They become Danavas. Those who have done both of them equally, us. Okay. Shukla krishnam, that is Manavaha. For human beings, the karma is classified as Shukla Krishnam. And for yogis, it is Ashukla Krishnam. Because none of the karmas remain for a yogi when they attain that samadhi. So this is how they mentioned that when he said that Tatra Dhyanajam Anashayam, that Ashaya is not there. That karma, the ability to possess karma itself is gone. So that is the reason why this karma was classified as Ashukla Krishnam. Okay. Okay, then moving on. There are 2 sutras which are very important, and I have a personal anecdote here. So, and I have a personal connection with this sutra, which was very important for me to accomplish whatever, when you all applauded, when you heard the name that I have this PhD from BHU. And, these were the 2 sutras that got me certified in front of those Vidwans when they asked that, why have you picked up some conversation that has happened thousands of years ago? We don't even know how long ago these conversations happened. How can these conversations or study on these conversations can have an impact? How is it relevant? Is there anything that taken from our Indian knowledge systems that can be relevant? The same question can be asked about these sutras as well, isn't it? How come these sutras are relevant to us? The answer lies within the sutras, where in the 9th sutra he says that jati desha kala vyavahitanamapyanantaryam smriti samskarayoho ekarupatvad. Because both smriti and samskara, the memory and the samskara, the vasana, they remain similar. They don't change. You may change, the body might change. You may go to a different yoni, but the smriti and samskara remain the same. Therefore, when they get back to that same yoni, they start off from where they had stopped previously. Okay? The similar conversation happened between Krishna and Arjuna as well. Kachinno bhaya vibhrashtaha, chinna bhramiva nashyati. That was the concern that Arjuna had. Ayati shraddhayopetaha, yoga chalita manasaha. Aprapya yoga samsiddhim, kangatim Krishna gacchati. That was the question asked by Arjuna to Krishna, that ayatihi, not much sincere effort from my end. And I'm just a wannabe yogi. Okay. So I'm there, or thereabouts. I'm not sincere, I'm not completely into it. But I have immense faith in the system of yoga. I want to support yoga. Okay. But I have now shifted my focus from yoga. I don't want to focus anymore on yoga. Yoga chalita manasaha. And the result of this is that aprapya yoga samsiddhim. I did not attain the siddhi, not the siddhi, samsiddhi. The word siddhi refers to all 5 siddhis. The upasarga sam specifies what is the ultimate siddhi, that is the samadhi siddhi of yoga, aprapya. I did not attain that. If someone did not attain this, he has moved away from the path of yoga. Kangatim Krishna gacchati. What will happen to him? The answer was, nothing happens to him. Shuchinam Srimatam Gehe Yoga Bhrashto Bhijayate. And then Paurvadaihikam, whatever he had experienced previously, he would continue from there. What do you think is the source for all such thoughts? We say that Sarvopanishado Gavaha Dogdha Gopala Nandanaha, right? So this is also an Upanishad. It forms a base for the Upanishads as well. So this idea that Jati, Desha, Kala, Jati is not the regular Jati that we are all aware of, the controversial one. Jati here refers to the essence of everything. Okay, that the essence, and Desha, the place, and Kala, the time. These could act as an obstacle for something to flow further. Despite these obstacles created by these 3, Smriti and Samskara remain the same. Therefore, the karma keeps on repeating itself. It keeps on moving even after you have tried plenty of times to get rid of it. How are you sure that about this? So he says in the next sutra that tasam anaditvam, because these vasanas are anadi, because ashisho nityatvat. Because the entire Srishti began with kama, isn't it? Kamas tadagre samavartata asit, isn't it? Therefore, that's how he said this. This is the reason why in the previous sutra, dhyanajam, tatra dhyanajam anashayam. This is the reason why the dhyanaja siddhi or the samadhi siddhi is so important, because that is the only siddhi that will enable us to clean all our previous karma. And we would reach a level where it is ashukla krishnam, ashuklam and akrishnam both at the same time. It is neither shukla nor krishna type of karma. And after this, there is a huge conversation that happens within the Yoga Sutras about the Kaivalya and all these things. And then I don't want to take you through that, because it's very difficult to even explain. In just 20 minutes, it's not a joke. It's not at all possible to talk about Kaivalya in 20 minutes, let alone talk about Kaivalya Pada. Okay. And then Hanameshan Kleshavaduktam in 27th Sutra, Prasankhyanepi akusidasya sarvatha vivekakyater dharma meghas samadhi. I'm not going to explain the entire sutra, don't worry. I just want to highlight one word that has been used as an adjective for samadhi, that is dharma megha. The word dharma megha has been used for samadhi. If you remember, while Vinayji, when he was talking about the first pada, he mentioned about Ritambhara. He said that it is one of the landmark sutras. Okay, you see a similar style in the 4th pada as well, where he uses this beautiful word. One must not forget, as someone was mentioning, I forgot who was mentioning about the versatility of Patanjali. He is the same one who gave us Mahabhashyam, which is the final word in Samskrita Vyakaranam. And if he is using a particular word as an adjective for samadhi, here, you cannot have a better word than this to describe what samadhi is. And the word he uses here is dharma megha. Okay? Very quickly, what is dharma megha? Dharma is here referred to the Parama Purushartha. Not the first one in the Purusharthas, but the Parama Purushartha. Basically, the Nivritti Dharma is considered here as Parama Dharma or Parama Purushartha, that is Dharma. And this Samadhi has the ability to get you that Parama Purushartha, that is basically moksha. Therefore, he says that Parama Purushartha sadhakam mehati. Mehati means to sinchati. It just pours on you. Okay. Therefore, Prakishta Dharmasya Jnana Hetutvam. Hence, it is called as Dharma Megha. This Samadhi is called as Dharma Megha because this is the only way of attaining that Parama Purushartha. This is where it gets connected with all the other sources of knowledge that we have that in our country, where moksha was kept as the Parama Purushartha. We are talking so many things about this. Asana, pranayama, pratyahara, wonderful. But where is it that is leading us? Where should it lead us ideally? If this is a Bharatiya Jnana Paramparas Shastra, if it belongs to Bharatiya Jnana Parampara, where is the Bharatiyata? Can you identify that in the text itself? Yes, of course. That's why the last one, he says that Dharma Megha Samadhi, because it leads us towards that Parama Purushartha, that is Kaivalya, that is Moksha. And what happens later on is Tatah Klesha Nivrittihi, Klesha Karma Nivrittihi. All Kleshas, all Karma, everything goes away. Tada Sarvavaranamalapetasya Jnanasya Anantyat. This is another brilliant way of, okay, two more minutes. Huh? This is another brilliant way of actually describing how one should approach this. He says that Sarva Varana Malapetasya. Whatever Avaranam is there, this is where another big brother amongst these six schools of philosophies, Vedanta, comes and greets another big brother, that is yoga. Okay, this is where the melanam happens of these two, where they talk about this avaranam. Okay, sarvavarana malam. So all these avaranam is the covering. Okay, all these coverings will fade away, and when it fades away, jnanasya anantyat. Whatever remains is the knowledge of the self, and that is immense. That is intangible, and it is so much that everything else that needs to be known seems to be very small. Jneyam alpam. Yajñatva neha bhuyonyat jnatavyam avashishyate. The same idea presented in Bhagavad Gita by Krishna, where he says that yajñatva, after knowing which you won't have anything else to know. You won't even have the desire to know anything else because everything else seems to be known. This is the sarvajñatvam that they are talking about. Okay, tatah kritarthanam, etc., and purushartha shunyanam gunanam pratiprasavaha kaivalyam. This is where the debate goes on for days together. The definition of kaivalyam that has been given in Yoga Sutra as purushartha shunyanam gunanam pratiprasavah kaivalyam or swarupa pratishtha va chiti shaktehe. That's how he concludes in a very beautiful way. Thank you so much. It's a very difficult topic. I'm not sure that I was able to make justice to the fourth chapter, but the nature of the fourth chapter itself is so that it is not easy. You cannot bring it into 20 minutes, not at all, never. It is impossible to bring that. However, I have just highlighted what all discussions happen in the fourth pada, so that this may work as a teaser to you, so that you may want to go and read the original script. Okay, you may have hundreds of translations. I have nothing against all the great authors. With all due respect, if you want to understand what Patanjali means, you have to read Patanjali, not translations. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a wonderful decoding of third and fourth padas. We request Professor Purushottam Bank to felicitate Dr. Vishwanath. I request Professor Bang, who has been so supportive of all yoga related activities, especially for today's event, to say a few words.
Pranamami Patanjalim. I'm not as learned as Vinay sir, Vishwanath sir. Okay, I just touched upon the Patanjali Sutra, and somewhere I got inspired and started falling in love with yoga. So that is what happened. And then I thought why I should confine it to myself. Then we started exploring where, with whom we can associate with. Then suddenly IYA came into the picture. We became associate centers. And the first thing that I did was we added a course, 2-credit course, into MBA curriculum, which was on health and wellness. Okay. No institution in India as of now has done that, but somewhere we took that, conviction and said we should do it. And the way we designed that course was revolving around the Ashtanga Yoga. We didn't enter into any other space, but we just confined ourselves from Yama, Niyama, Asana, and Pranayama, Pratyahara, Dharana, Dhyana, and Samadhi. We just limited ourselves to that. And what we do as part of that course is once in a week, 2 hours, 7:30 to 9:30, we practice yoga here at RVIM. And whenever we can invite some people like Vishwanath sir, we do invite, and they share their wisdom with my students. And we do a lot of competitions, dhyana competition, meditation challenges, yogasana challenges, and beyond that we also educate the present day students on nutrition aspects, first aid, and also know your body. Okay. The Panchakosha, for example, right? We touch upon all that philosophical part as well. Okay, the 7 chakras, Panchakoshas, and all of that philosophical part also we educate them on. We don't just make them practice and just leave it there. So that is the thing we have started, and every year 1 or 2 programs, conferences we keep hosting here. And if anybody has any idea and want to do something in the space of yoga, you can please approach us. We'll be more than happy to support that, and we'll commit ourselves to that event, because somewhere I believe it has to be spread to each and every human being, irrespective of the creed, religion, race. So it is so powerful it is, and why we should not share it. And I keep telling my students that if anybody want to give any precious gift to the most loved person, yoga is the only thing that you can give. If you give money, they spend it again, it comes back to zero. If you give them some material assets, again, you never know how it is being utilized. But if you give yoga, then I think they can lead a healthy, happy, meaningful, purposeful life. So that is what we believe in, and that is what we intend to do. So I am so happy that such a good program happened, but unfortunately I missed it, because we had our own graduation day celebration today, so it was conflicting. So that is why I could not attend. But thank you so much for all the learned gurus coming here and sharing your wisdom. And we keep hosting such programs. Thanks to Subbu Bhaiya, Vinay sir, Vishwanath sir, and Guruji. Thank you so much. Thank you. And I was here listening to the chanting, so enchanting. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. ನಮ್ಮ ಆರ್ ವಿ ಐ ಎಮ್ ಯೋಗಮಯ ಆಯ್ತು ಇವತ್ತು. ಸೊ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ ವಿನಯ್ ಸರ್ ಇಟ್ ಬಿಕೇಮ್ ಯೋಗಮಯ. ಸೊ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್. ಲೆಟ್ ಅಸ್ ಮೀಟ್ ಆಫನ್ ಈಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ಐ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ವಿನಯ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸುಬ್ಬು ಸರ್. At least once in 3 months or 4 months we should have small event like this, where in half a day or 1 day like-minded, no problem, like-minded people, if they come. No, the thing is we have auditorium capacity of 1200, 600, 400, 300, 200, 100. You tell me which one you want. RV as a group that has the entire thing, you know. I don't know how many of you know about RV. It has around 27 institutions. It's a very professionally run, ethically run institution wherein there is no owner. Okay, for every other group that you see, there is a owner. So he drives it, but here the trust drives it. So real trusteeship, you can see it here in RV. So any good program, they never say no. The only thing is we have to fit that in. Because of this program, we did our program somewhere else. Okay, so we can do all of that jugad. Yeah, ultimately some good things should keep happening. Okay, and so much of knowledge is hidden in Patanjali Sutra. Sir was saying, when I was preparing for that level 4 exam, I went through those sutras. I mean, it is mind-boggling. Each word, I mean, it leads to in so many directions, and that's why we should read the original text of Patanjali, not the translations, is what Sir was trying to say. Because then your own understanding will start developing into it, and then you start liking it. So that is how it is. Same thing with the Bhagavad Gita also, not just the Patanjali Sutra. Even the Bhagavad Gita, people say you should read it word by word, letter by letter. You know, you use your own intelligence to make meaning out of it, to make sense out of it, and that is your Bhagavad Gita. Okay, otherwise it is somebody else's Bhagavad Gita, somebody else's Anuvada that you are trying to, you know, adopt or make meaning out of it. So with that note, again, I am not that learned. I am just putting baby step into the journey of yoga, and want to again do so many good things in the space of yoga. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
We now request Dr. Vinay Chandra Banavati to felicitate Professor Bang. We now move on to another important and an interesting topic, application of Yoga Sutra in current times. We are in a busy modern life, competitive world with stressful life, lots of mental distractions, bombarded by too much of external stimulations, unhealthy habits, and unbalanced lifestyles. Diseases are on the rise, including the physical and the mental ones. Suicides, depressions, anxiety rates are increasing even in children. As yoga is Chitta Vritti Nirodha, let us see how the Yoga Sutras can be applied in our day-to-day life to restrain our minds and lead a balanced, healthy, and a happy life.
Shri S. Sridharan sir is the IYA EC member and a senior teacher at Krishnamacharya Yoga Mandira. He has several decades of experience in the field of yoga. He is the advisor and senior yoga therapy consultant and mentor at KYM. He had a successful career as a merchant banker in a public sector bank for about 28 years. He became a student of Sri Desikachar in 1980s and learned the nuances of yoga in the Gurukula style for about 3 decades. During this time, he was exposed to several important yoga textbooks and applications of yoga in illness and spirituality. He also learned Vedic chanting in traditional style under his teacher. With a strong desire to pursue yoga full-time, he quit his job in 1998. In 2002, he took up the position of managing trustee at KYM, which was held by Desikachar for almost 25 years since inception. In this position, he led KYM as administrator and technical head. He held his position for 8 years, and this is what brought him to the limelight of yoga. From 2010 to 2015, he served as member of governing body and governing council at Morarji Desai National Institute of Yoga, the apex body of yoga, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. He is the Vice President, Executive Council and life member of IYJ and member of governing body of Central Council for Research in Yoga and Naturopathy. He is a member of Yoga Certification Board set up by Ministry of Ayush, which is active in bringing the certification for yoga teachers. He served as yoga expert in WHO technical review meeting and developed Yoga mobile application. He was awarded Dronacharya by Rotary Club of Madras East on the occasion of 8th International Yoga Day. He was awarded the Lifetime Achievement Award by Sri Balaji Vidyapith Pondicherry. He has authored a book which gives a biographical sketch of T. Krishnamacharya in Tamil, and his interest includes classical music. Sir, we invite you to take over the dais, please.
ज्ञानानन्दमयं देवं निर्मलस्फटिकाकृतिम् आधारं सर्वविद्यानां हयग्रीवमुपास्महे पुण्डरीकासनासीनं पाण्डुरार्भेन्दुसन्निभम् अखण्डभूतजनकं हयग्रीवमुपास्महे विशेषवित्पारिषदेषु नाथ विदग्धगोष्ठीसमराङ्गणेषु जिगीषुतो मे कवितार्किकेन्द्रा जिह्वाग्रसिंहासनमप्युपेयाः योगेन चित्तस्य पदेन वाचां मलं शरीरस्य च वैद्यकेन योपाकरोत्तं प्रवरं मुनीनां पतञ्जलिं प्राञ्जलिरानतोऽस्मि आबाहुपुरुषाकारं शङ्खचक्रा असिधारिणं सहस्रशिरसं श्वेतं प्रणमामि पतञ्जलिं श्रीमते अनन्ताय नागराजाय नमो नमः। श्रीकृष्णवागीशयतीश्वराभ्यां सम्प्राप्तचक्राङ्कणभाष्यसारं श्रीनूत्नरङ्केन्द्रयतौ समर्पितस्वं श्रीकृष्णमार्यं गुरुवर्यमीडे विरोधे कार्तिके मासे शतताराकृतोदयं योगाचार्यं कृष्णमार्यं गुरुवर्यमहं भजे कृष्णसूरीदयापात्रं ज्ञानवैराग्यभूषणं श्रीमद्वेङ्कटनाथार्यं वन्देकं योगदेशिकं श्रीगुरुभ्यो नमः। हरिः ॐ। सहना भवतु सहनौ भुनक्तु सह वीर्यं करवावहै तेजस्विनावधीतमस्तु मा विद्विषावहै। ॐ शांति शांति शांति। Namaskaram to everyone, and greetings to my colleagues here, Vinay and Subbu Bhaiya, Dr. Vishwanath, Vinay Chandra, sir. It is my pleasure to say a few words to you. Before I start, I'd like to tell you one thing. This happens to me often. What happens is, the three speakers, they have been given a particular topic. Like, this is it, you know. So you do this chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, chapter 4. But he took something to say. Sir, instead of saying summing up, he said application. Sir, you say it along with application. I said yes, I did not say no. Because after all, I get an opportunity, you know. So I always say a small story like this. There was one student who was preparing for an exam, and there were two topics only, syllabus. One is cow, another is tree. These are all the two. So the the paper was given to the person to study both cow and the tree. This boy studied only, one will come. This boy studied only one. And he went for the exam. He studied for tree, and the question was cow. He wrote whatever he studied and said, what is tied to this tree is cow. I am going to do that. I have my tree, and I will now tie it out and say this is the practical aspects of Yoga Sutra. As Vishwanath ji was saying very rightly, it is very difficult to do every chapter in 20 minutes and all that. You see, we study Yoga Sutra over years, and in our tradition, I have done 4 times through with my teacher. He, Desikacharya, did with his teacher 12 times, 12 rounds. And not the ordinary type of rounds like this. Every word will be taken, commentaries will be seen. We will try to do something, but you won't go empty-handed. You will have something in your hand. Thank you for this opportunity. Okay, let us go. This is Yoga Darshana. This is called Yoga Darshana. Ordinarily we use the word Yoga Sutra, Sutra. Sutra is a form. Darshana is a special word. And there are Vaitika Darshanas, Avaitika Darshanas. This is Vaitika Darshanas, Shak Darshanas, of which Vedanta is also one. So, Darshana word has a meaning. That itself will give you an idea of application. Main aim of any Darshana is to find a solution to suffering. Dukkha Nivaranam. That is the idea. In the process, they reveal truths, tattvas, which becomes the base. Unless you know the base of the tattvas, you won't be able to proceed further. Yoga Sutra gives 3 tattvas: Drashta, perceiver; Drishyam, perceive; and Ishvara, God. And the correct understanding of which will give you the relief from suffering. That's all. Significance of the name. Why the word Drashta? Why the word Drishyam particularly is, the word Drish, it comes from the root. So it is perception. Everything in Yoga Sutra is about perception, and a wrong perception is the cause of suffering. Simple. You know, viparyeyo mithya jnanam athadrupa pratishtam viparye. That is the cause. That's all. Now, the aim is to restore right perception, which will result in right understanding. I perceive correctly, Because I perceive correctly, my understanding will become correct. When my understanding becomes correct, that's all. That's what is required. He said in the final chapter, Swarupa Pratishtava Chiti Shaktihi iti. It stands there because the understanding is that only. Okay, let us now go to some practical. Yoga Sutra can be looked at from different angles. You can have every month a seminar like this on every aspect of Yoga Sutra. Every aspect. Management, psychology, philosophy, everything. There are so many versions of it. So, practically it can be seen. What am I going to do? The mystery of life. Don't you see we have a mystery called life? Isn't it? Of course, we don't have even time to see that mystery of life. We have no time. This is called the mystery of life. Yoga Sutra 2.30 says, Aparigrahasthairye janmakatanta sambodaha. This word comes there. Of course, probably Sububaya was robbed of his time. Otherwise, he would have covered this. Aparigrahasthairye janmakatanta sambodaha. Aparigraha, the yama part of it, when it is followed, it results in something. And what it says is janmakatam. Janmakatamta, your own story. Your story will get revealed if you properly follow the aparigraha. Janmakatamta is a good word that is worth starting on. The why and where of life. Have we at any time thought about it? Please start now. Okay? Let us see. Why are we born? Where we are born. Why are we born? Where we are born. I'm not saying why are we born. I'm saying why are we born, where we are born. Why we do what we do. Why we do what we do. Finally, why we experience what we experience. Why we experience what we experience. 3. Birth, action, experience. Clear? It's happening. Nobody can deny in this heart. Nobody can deny. Only thing is we don't have the time, we don't have the wherewithal also to look into it. We are going as it goes. 2.12 Yoga Sutra, it says, Klesha Mulaha Karmashayo Drishta Adrishta Janma Vedaniyaha. That is the sutra. It says there is a word, the story of our life is in the karmashaya. In flights they call it as black box. Black box. There are so many examples that we can talk about. Black box. If a flight gets into difficulty or lost or is into an accident, goes off, they want the black box. They will know what has happened in the flight completely. The black box of your life is the karmashaya, which is the subtle body, sukshma sarira. Every one of us have got a sukshma sarira, and it is there in that, it is written. Okay? The fruits of our actions in the form of subtle imprints, vasanas, are embedded in the subtle body. The fruits of our actions, karma ashaya, it is embedded in the vasanas. That fruits does not mean exactly the fruits. I'm going to explain it in the next sutra itself, next slide. It is first to see it is embedded in the subtle body. So it is not gross body, it is subtle body. There is a way of embedding it, like what we have done in the computer. Simply, it's like a computer. You buy a new computer, but you are going to move all your files into that. So in every birth, you move the files into the new computer of your body. And that is done. You are not doing. It is done by some great intellect. The fruits of actions ripen in one life or other. This is the first thing that we must know. You did an action, you were driving the car, you just went and you were beating the red signal and you went off. You thought nobody has seen, but you get a chit saying that you have gone through this. So you think that you do an action and think nobody has seen it. I don't think I'm going to get anything out of this. No, everything is there. You will get in this life or next life. In fact, to correlate the karma and the phala is very difficult. This decides on where to be born. He said that, karma, shukla, krishna, yoginaha, trividam idareshan. So, where you are born, I told you the first question, where we are born is decided by the karma shaya. See, the word they use is jati, as he said, janu pradurbhave. Jati does not mean this caste and all that. It just means where you are born, So jati decides on a lot of things. So apple is a jati. Orange is a jati, even though apple and orange could be one jati together as fruit. So what differentiates two or many things is jati. What differentiates two or many? We are differentiated from animal, so it is a jati. Animal is a jati. Thank you. You saw my difficulty. Thank you. Next, Karmashaya decides what? How long one should live. I want to tell you in this hall that the medical science has no answer. They have no answer and they don't know why somebody dies. There is, in fact, Venkat, the Nobel laureate, he has written something on aging, dying and all that. Yoga Sutra is very clear. It says the death, your time is decided by the Karmashaya. The phala, the vasanas are divided into three segments, like, the phala that is coming now. It is like a storage where everything is kept. And from there, something is taken out, and that part is what we are living now. In this life, how many years, how many months, how many minutes, how many seconds, you will live that time only. You will pass off. How this passing off takes place? It is everyone will die only by heart attack. Heart will stop. There is still a mystery whether it is heart stopping or brain stopping. Its heart stops itself. Heart does not stop by itself. It is only an instrument. The jiva knows that his time is out. Everyone's jiva is very, very conscious, and if it is full of knowledge, whether it is a donkey or a human being, the jiva has got the same thing. Jiva knows it has to leave the home. And when the jiva leaves the home, it says, prana, please come with me. Prana shaka. Atma shaka is prana. And it says, please come with me. The prana goes away. And then the heart will stop. So this is decided by your karma shaya. Prarabdha karma. Sanchita karma, the total stock in the godown. Prarabdha karma taken and into the place where it is sold. Of course, agami is there, that we will leave. Class of experience, bhoga. Okay, I may be born with Ambani's family. You see that person, Ambani's son who is getting married, they are talking about so much of problems to him, Everyone, I had the great opportunity to give classes to a lot of people of various segments in my 40 years of life. Starting from chief ministers, 2 chief ministers, and industrialists of very, very high order. Industrialists who own 4,000 crores, 5,000 crores I had. What I found is this suffering. So the bhoga, whether you should experience happiness or whether you experience sorrow, is also decided by your karmashya. It is not your partner, it is not your friend who decides. Okay. It is not your ice cream. Ice cream will be nice, but Does everyone enjoy ice cream here? If we give ice cream, some people may not like it even. Okay? So, what is this experience? Three things: where you are born, why you are born, where you are born, why we do what we do, why we experience what we experience. Now let us go to the next topic. Life is an experience. Mystery of life. Life is an experience. What is life? What is life? Life is an experience. What differentiates the live body and the dead body? Experience. The dead body does not have an experience. The live person has an experience. Even a person who is in coma has an experience. The only thing is the person is not able to express that because of the dealing, like what we do when we are sleeping, The reason, the experience is that which divides, and the experience is life. Without experience, there is no life. Experience is of two types: happiness and sorrow. Very clear. And this cause of happiness is the result of the past good deeds, Yoga Sutra. Satimule tatvipako jatiyayurbhogaha te hlada paritapapalaha punya apunya hetutvat. Punya hlada, apunya paritapa. So the good actions, I have put punya as good actions. Punati iti punyaha. See, one thing we must know, the Sanskrit words are, as he says, they should be learnt from Sanskrit directly. And I said, in India, we don't call sin. We have no such word at all. And I told the people, large gathering of foreigners, they were very happy. I said, we don't have sin. We call it papa. Why? What is papa? Pa becomes apa. Pa means there is some protection in you, immunity in you. By some action, you are removing that immunity and making yourself bare open. That is why when we had COVID, they said, keep your hands clean, don't shake hands. Why? Because the immunity is there, and if you do that, your immunity will be lost. Pa becomes apa. And when you do an action, punya does not mean anything. Punati iti punyaha, that means your internal organ is purified. Rajas and tamas are taken away, sattva will come. That is why that action is a punya action. Punati iti punyaha, papa also. So there are two. Punya will lead you to good, somebody morning, they tap the door and give you something. And you say, I have not ordered and all that. They say, please take it. How can it come? Same way sorrow will also come, Happiness and sorrow are experienced in a mixed way. There is no unalloyed happiness. Clear? I don't think anybody will differ here on this. There is no unalloyed happiness. Life, its purpose and reason of happiness or sorrow. I am just summing up whatever we have stated, because I am supposed to link it to my, the cow has to be tied into this thing. So, klesha moolaha karmashayo drishta adrishta janma vedaniyaha satimule tatvipako jati ayurbhogaha te hlada paritapapalaha punya apunya hetutva. These three sutras talks about our complete life, everything, secret of what is our life. This is how it is happening. Klesha, karma, vipaka, ashi. I am summing up the three. I am giving this slide. The kleshas, which I think he should, Subbavaya would have told you, because it comes in the second chapter, avidya, asmita, raga, dvesha, abhinivesha. This Yoga Sutra, one of the important things is kleshas only. You should not forget kleshas. We have it. We will have it till our life end. What is wrong with kleshas? It will be, it is not that you went and bought it or you can throw it off. It has come to you built in. And it is there with you. Nothing wrong in that. We need some amount of fear, otherwise we will be jumping from the first floor. Abhinivesha is required. Some amount of raga, so that we live the life. Dvesha also we require, otherwise we will do wrong things. But when they go out of the hands, they become kleshas really. Some asmita is required. Your identity card is asmita. Otherwise, how will you go home? Asmita is required. Raga is required. Dvesha is required. Abhinivesha is required. That is given to you. The only thing is you don't have a hold over them. I just don't know why I don't like him. I just don't know why I like him. What is this idea? The idea here is kleshas, when they become the base of your thought process of chitta vrittis, they are called klishta vrittis, and they do, when you do an action with the klishta vrittis, that karma is either divided as punya or punya, klishta vrittis. In fact, klishta vrittis themselves will give you punya. Klishta vrittis themselves will give you papa. Please don't. There are some ideas whether aklishta vritti will give punya and all. No. Aklishta vritti will give, as he said, ashukla akrishna. That is the idea of asukla akrishna. Aklishta vrittis will not give you punya or papa. Punya is also a golden this thing, in hand. You are getting bound. So kleshas is there. Will give you either punya or papa. Why not? I will have punya only. But the moment you start punya, you will have to come and enjoy. And in the process of enjoying, you will do some mistake. It gives vipaka. The vipaka is what is happening as the fruit. It is giving you the jati, ayur, bhoga. And only thing is, it doesn't stop there. The action leads you to the karma shaya and drops karma. I will give you one example before I proceed. So when you are doing a punya karma, you are donating to this trust. I am going to donate a few lakhs to this trust. Punya karma and education. Only thing is, please remember to put my name properly with my spelling. Don't make a mistake, and with my name, and it can be as bold as possible. That action will give an experience of happiness, but what it leaves is your asmita. It leaves the imprint of asmita in you, and every time you go anywhere else, you will always be asking this. Did you go to the college? Did you see my name there? In the list? So the asmita is getting, that is the problem in this. So this becomes a cycle. Now, dukkhalayam. What is that? Let it be. Everything, whatever he stated, let it be. What is that? Life experience can be sukham and dukkham combined. What if? In Bhagavad Gita, he quotes a lot of Bhagavad Gita very nicely. Krishna first tells Arjuna, hey Arjuna, what is this? They are all indriyas. The sukha and dukkha are for the indriyas. Bear it and go away. I think if he has gone, we would not have got the 18 chapters. No, he says, no, karpanya dosho, upagata subhavaha, prityamitvam, dharma sammuda seda. So he says, I am not able to stand this. So what if parinama, tapa, samskara dukkaihi, guna vritti virodhacha, dukkameva, sarvam vivekinaha. For a vivekim, there is nothing called sukha. It's dukkha only. In fact, what is avidya? You remember, if you see the avidya, this thing, anitya, asuchi, dukkha, anatmasu, nitya suchi, sukha, atmakyadi avidya. Take the third. Dukkha is understood as sukha. So we are all thinking we are having sukha, but the viveki says, no, this is only dukkha. Either it will lead you to dukkha, or you are already in dukkha, you don't know. So it can be on account of parinama, change, tapa, and there are so many examples. If we go, then I'll get a bell for me also, no? So I'll go into the next one. To the discriminatory, enlightened, all and everything is misery only, on account of the pains resulting from change, anxiety, conditioning, on account of conflicts. This sutra can be explained in 1 hour. It can take easily. And very practical also. Mamupedya punarjanma dukkhalayam ashashvatam. See, Krishna says, if you want, as a result of reaching me, what you will get is, you will get the exalted one, the highest perfection, They won't go through the birth and death. The only simple way, he said, but it is not that simple, which is the abode of sorrows. Dukkha alayam. This is a special word. I wanted to take it from there. Dukkha, this world is, Krishna says, is dukkha alayam. And this is the important point. That is the question. Then why are we bothered? Let us go away from here now. Let us have some prasad and go. Why are you making us into this depressive mood? Actually, I want to tell you what is right perception means neither pessimistic nor optimistic, but being realistic. The right perception is neither pessimistic nor optimistic, be realistic. That is the idea of Yoga Sutra. Tata drashtugo swarupe avasthan. Dukkham is not at all bad. Dukkham is a blessing in disguise. Dukkham by itself is a symptom. It is found to exist along with mental disturbances. Vyadhisthana, samshaya, pramada, alasya, avirati, bhranti, darshana, alabdha bhumikatva, anavastitatvani, chitta vikshepaha, te antaraya. Dukkha, daurmanasya, dukkha, daurmanasya, first time the word dukkha comes in Yoga Sutra. Dukkha daurmanasya angamedayatva svasa prasvasaha vikshepa sakabhuvaha. Dukkha vikshepa sakabhuvaha, vikshipta mind. Along with the vikshipta mind, it exists. Sakabhuvaha, bhusatayam, it exists. So, when you have suffering, it is only a symptom, like 100, the temperature shows. Temperature is just a symptom. There is something happening in the body. Viruses have started working. So, dukkha is only a symptom. It exists along with mental disturbances. The mental disturbances are caused by the 9. I just now told you, vyadi, sthana, samshaya, pramada, alasya, avirati, bhranti, darshana, alabdha bhumikatva, anavastitatvani. They are called antarayas in the path of yoga. None can escape from pain, but in the long run, it is helpful. Let us be very clear. Patanjali says, I will finish it. I think I should be able to do it. Can I go? Yeah, it's okay, right. I have 25 slides. I don't know how many I'll manage. I'll try to make it faster. I was thinking I'll do one slide per a minute, but it's going more than that. Okay. So, none of us can escape from pain. Let us be very clear. But in the long run, it is useful. Prajna is to recognize that dukkham. Yoga Sutra offers the solutions to rise above the dukkham in this life. That is the practical aspects of it. The practical aspect is, there is something called vyuha, which is not coming, the word vyuha does not come in the Yoga Sutra. Vyasa Bhashya, it comes. And from there, all the commentators, they call this as vyuha. Vyuha is an arrangement. This is a vyuha. The vyuha is the solution. The vyuha says how to find a solution for dukkham. The approach is heyam, hetu, hanam, upayam. This is the vyuha. A very practical solutions. For example, when Vinay wants to do this, he goes through all this heyam, hetu, hanam, upayam. I have decided to do this. Then he goes up step by step. If I have to come from somewhere like Sarjapur Road, what are the impediments that will come? How do I go out of it? This we do. And this is the best model for life management. And this is the model used in Ayurveda for the treatments. They use this for treatments. Yoga Shastra, Chikitsa Shastra has this. If you come to me with a back pain, I will not jump and say do this. I will find out what is the cause of your back pain and where you should move and how you will move. And the sutras are Heyam Dukkham Anagatam, which is the emblem for Krishnamathera Yoga Mandaram, given by our teacher. Let us deal with that dukkha which is yet to come. Whatever dukkha has gone is gone. If you are having dukkha now because of this lecture, you are also going through that. That's all. Nothing can be done. You can go, you can take excuse and go away. That's all. No? But future dukkha should be and can be addressed. Heyam dukkam anagatam. Now, what is the cause of this? Drashtu-drishya yogo, samyogo, heya hetu. First cause is, there is a conjunction. I told you about drashta. You remember that? That is why in the beginning I told you, drashta is the perceiver which is in every one of us, that which perceives experiences also. That is called Purusha, Atma. And that, and the instrument of perception here, drishyam, they are in a particular conjunction, a wrong partnership. They have to be in conjunction, they will be, but it is in a wrong conjunction, it's wrong, and that conjunction is the cause. Okay, look at this. This is quickly, drashta, purusha, mind, senses, object. I have put drishyam in one long line because our own mind and senses are also a part of drishyam. When I am seeing you or you are seeing me, you are not seeing me directly, you are seeing me through the senses and the mind. Visualize like a board, in fact. If there are any mistakes in the board, it will be seen as mistake only. So, Samyoga has got two roles. Samyoga is the cause of suffering, but the purpose of result is also to bring out the purpose of Samyoga is to ultimately bring out who is the drashta and who is the drishyam. And the purpose of perceived is twofold. Bhoga, apavarga, perceived means the entire universe, the whole universe. It is meant for bhoga or apavarga. Two extremes are brought by one. What brings out this possibility? It is the role of mind. What brings this Samyoga? The role of mind is there. Atmaiva atmahi bandhu, atmaiva rituratmanaha, Bhagavad Gita says. If you are in trouble and difficulty, note that it is your mind. The mind alone is the friend, and mind alone is the enemy. Manayeva manushyanam karanam bandha moksha yoga, Vishnu Puranam says. It is the mind. Okay? Now, if it is mind, if there is a problem, is it in the mind? Is mind by itself is plain and simple, chitta. Like our computer we are buying, it is not that. We don't buy a computer with problems. But our files have got the problems. And the moment you put the files, there has been a lot of things that are there and they go into it, and that is called the avidya, kleshas. Go along with kleshas, tasya hetuhu avidya. The Samyoga has got a hetu, and that is called avidya. We have seen what is avidya, the five. Now, where one has to go? In the vyuha, hanam, goal, kaivalyam. Kaivalyam, the removal of the avidya, enough, results in the removal of, he has already told, everything he has told, tataha klesha karma nivrittihi. Klesha karma nivrittihi. That's why he said you are going into kaivalyam, which is the goal. Kaivalya is a word wrongly understood. Kevalasya bhavaha kaivalyam, that's all. Kaivalyam, sometime in Tamil we have a problem. In Kannada, I don't think you have a problem. In Tamil we have got some words problems. Kevala means that is useless. So in fact, no, the problem, Vishnuji, is a lot of Vidwans and others, when they give explanations, they say Kaivalya is bad. Kaivalya is not, in the Vedanta, Kaivalya is not taken. But it is not Kevala. It is not something. Kevalasya bhavaha. I was in a wrong association, and I suddenly became into a great association with my servant. And we started drinking together. And then he takes over. That's all. And that is what is happening. I want to get a freedom out of him. I want to get freedom from him. Now, upaya, viveka khyati is the upaya. Actually, first, viveka khyati means the discriminative knowledge of distinction between that alone will give you. Please don't think that you are going to get it one day in this thing. You will get it by itself. If you start doing it, it will get revealed. How it will get revealed is your own experience. You will go through it. How is Viveka Khyati Achit? Ashtanga Yoga. Yoga Anga Anushthanat Ashuddhikshaye Jnana Deeptihi Aviveka Khyate. Practical aspect. I'll give you more practical now. Look, what are the words? Every word is chosen, as he says. Every word. They could have given it. Yoga Anga. It is the word is yoga anga, not anything else. Anga means part of the body, limbs, simple word. So they could have used steps. Tasya saptata pranta bhumihi praktya. There they give us the word. It is not steps, it is not something. But what is anga? Samadhi is the angi and the other things are angas. What is the relationship? Yama, niyama, asana, pranayama, pratyahara, dharana, dhyana. These 7 are angis of samadhi. This is what Krishnamacharya says. It is there in the book Pranidhana. And samadhi is the angi for which these all. See, you have angas, hands, legs. It is working for you. So the 7 angas are working for the 8th anga, samadhi. That is why the word anga is used. When samadhi alone is stated, he says, in the first chapter, samadhi alone is stated. All other angas are assumed to be stated. All other angas are assumed to be. This is Krishnamacharya, not mine. The need to look at them holistically and not truncated way. One leads to another. Asana leads to pranayama, then it leads to dharana, dharana leads to dhyana, leading to finally culminating in samadhi. I just gave an idea to you. In the Vedangas, they are very clear about legs, chandas, etc. In the same way, we can map all the 7 with samadhi as an anga. In fact, into one of our groups, I have given them I'm going to give them as an assignment. Say, where will you place asana? You place somewhere. Where will you place pranayama? Will the lungs be pranayama or will the legs be asanas? Left to you. Okay. Now, second word, anusthana. Abhyasa is there. This is not abhyasa here. Practical aspects. Abhyasa, yoga, anga, abhyasat. They could have given it. Anusthana means like a Vedic ritual. It should be with, discipline. If you do Sandhya-vandana, which is an anusthana, you have to get up before sunrise. You have to do before sunset. Anusthana means that. Have you done anusthana means it is not that by 10 o'clock I am doing something. It has to be done. If you have to offer the, arghya, you got to stand on your feet. Anusthana. Anushtanas are very strict. Only when you follow them strictly, you will get samadhi and then you will go there. Why am I not getting samadhi? Because of this. Anushtana is not there. Ashuddhi. Ashuddhi here means kleshas, rajas and tamas must be reduced. Kshaye, reduction by removal like slicing, like a wood. Jnana deepti will take place, light of knowledge. Complete, till end, Viveka Khyati. It's not ordinary Viveka Khyati. I get Viveka Khyati at before 8 o'clock here, and then the moment I have prasad and go away, Viveka Khyati also goes away, Purusha Prakriti discrimination. Endless. Viveka, last sentence. Viveka enables the sadhaka to enter the path of yoga. Viveka enables the sadhaka to enter the path of yoga. Jnana Deepti enables him to tread it safely and steadily. Viveka Khyati gives him the experience of reality, and Kaivalya sees him established in the reality permanently. Okay, now I think only one slide more. Is there a single practical, that's what he said, practical, single powerful tool? You have to carry something in home and more practical. Single powerful tool, the use of which is highly recommended, which can lead to samadhi. See, because you have got 9 in the first chapter, starting from Ishvara Pranidhana. And then you have got Tapaswadhyaya Ishvara Pranidhana. First itself is Abhyasa Vairagya. In fact, some commentators will talk about Abhyasa Vairagya. I don't want to confuse them. At least Ashtanga Yoga. But so many things. Can you give me one single powerful tool? Yes, it is which leads to Samadhi. Samadhi Siddhihi Ishvara Pranidhanat. Second chapter, 45. So, what is Ishvara Pranidhana? It comes in this sutra, Ishvara Pranidhanat Va. And Ishvara Pranidhana, according to Yoga Krishnamacharya, in this age called Kali Yuga, he says, in Kali Yuga, it is Ishvara Pranidhana is the only way. He says for Sanskrit, Vishwanathji can appreciate, Va can have so many other things. Eva. He says it is not Va, it is Eva. Only thing. And he gives that in the Pranidhana. He has got a commentary in Sanskrit called Yogavalli, which I have translated into English. I put a book also. The form of Pranidhana, what is the form? How do I do? Surrender to God. How do I do? Where do I go? Where is He? How do I surrender? It is Dhyanam. It is Dhyanam. The Dhyanam form is given in the Tajjapaha Tadarthabhavanam. So, Tasya Vachakaha Pranavaha Tajjapaha Tadarthabhavanam. So, you have to go reverse ways. So, all tat will lead one to one, So, Tajjapaha Tadarthabhavanam Tataha Pratyakchedana Tataha Tajjapaha Tadarthabhavanam. Then what results is the antarayas will go away and it will lead you inside. Antaraya abhava, tataha pratyakchedana adhikamahapi, antaraya abhavascha. So I want the antaraya to go away, do this Ishvara Pranidhana, and when I want to do that, Tajjapaha Tadarthabhavanam, what is the japa I should do? Tasya vachakaha pranavaha, Tajjapaha Tadarthabhavanam. Ishvara is called by pranava, and do the japa. Japadhyana combines all the yogangas. Japadhyana, what he has stated generally, as he used to say, Patanjali, he will just say only one word, Abhyasa Vairagya Tantannirodha. Or even if you take Subbaya was saying, he said only 3 sutras, and then no asanas are there. No asanas name are not given there. That is his. So he will only say dhyana. Then other angas, japa. Japa is a particular type of dhyana in which simply not sitting down and repeating like parrot. It is not like om, 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 om like that. It is not like this. Japa means to repeat. There is a whole lot of structure with the Purvanga, Pradhananga, Uttaranga. In fact, Krishnamacharya says the best type of japa dhyana is Sandhyavandanam, where you have got Gayatri in the middle and you have got a Purvanga, you have got a Pradhananga and a Uttaranga. So in Purvanga, he has written a composition of Ashtanga Yoga in Sandhyavandanam and in Sanskrit. And he says, what are the asanas there? What are the pranayamas there? How pratyahara is there? How dharana is there? And dhyana is there? How samadhi is reached? Okay. So this japa not normally simply sitting down and counting numbers or something. It has got a process where you will take it through with all the steps. And the mantras have got an effect of linking them. What is the epilogue? Message of Yoga Sutra. The creation of this universe is designed to meet the requirements and the experience of all living beings. Have we thought about it? Wonderful creation. How it was designed? Why it was designed like this? Who designed it? A great intellect, very, very great intellect. And it has to take the requirements of everyone's karmashaya. Everyone's karmashayas put together, including plants, animals, and every prani worth it, where there is an Atma, and their requirements, karmashayas, I think it is more than a computer. So we have to put it down and give it in a way that we all experience and live, and then also go away. Every living being's life is structured based on the past karma. The root cause is kleshas, which results in the cycle of birth and death, endless suffering. All actions have the base of mental activities, and the control of vrittis, chitta vritti nirodha, is what is attained by dhyana. Krishnamacharya says in his thing that Atha chitta vritti nirodha, he says for the word chitta vritti nirodha, yogaha chitta vritti nirodha, that is the sutra. He says Atha yoga padam dhyanamit abhidhiyate. The word yoga has to be understood as dhyanam. But Vyasa says yoga is samadhi. He says samadhi and dhyana are one and same. One is karana and another is karya. So it is dhyana which will result in chitta vritti nirodha. Japa type of dhyana is easier to do by everyone, and that will leave you. This is attained by dhyana in the format of Ashtanga Yoga Dhyana. Let us be very, very clear. I think that's what I have been telling in IYA and everywhere. Ashtanga Yoga Dhyana is different from other dhyanas. What does it? It should have the component of asana, pranayama, everything. The result of dhyana is samadhi, a state of Samadhi, please don't think you are going to sit down like this, like a stone, Jada Samadhi. It is a state of correct, complete understanding of the true nature of the soul, which is Kaivalya. Thank you. This is the first.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a wonderful insight on life management through Yoga Sutra and Dhyana. To the attention of the audience, Sri Sridharan sir has recently launched a book, Pranidhana, which is an English translation of T. Krishnamacharya's Yoga Valli, that is Samadhipada. This book is available for sale today and will be personally autographed by Sridharan sir. You can purchase it from Vasumati. She's here. We request Dr. A. Subramaniam sir to felicitate Sri Sridharan sir.
ಶ್ರೀಧರನ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರದು ಪ್ರಣಿಧಾನ ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಪುಸ್ತಕ, ಕೃಷ್ಣಮಾಚಾರ್ಯ ಅವರದ್ದು ಯೋಗವಲ್ಲಿ, ಇದು ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಲೇಷನ್, ಅದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಲಭ್ಯವಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ವಸುಮತಿ ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅದು. ಅದನ್ನು ನೀವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಪರ್ಚೇಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು. ಮತ್ತು ವಿಶೇಷ ಏನಂದರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಶ್ರೀಧರನ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರೇ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವತಃ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ತೊಗೊಂಡ್ರು, ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ತೊಗೊಂಡ್ರು ಆಟೋಗ್ರಾಫ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಹೋಗುವಾಗ ಊಟ ಮಾಡೋದು ಅಫ್ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ಖಂಡಿತ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಕೂಡ ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ. ಸದ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಈಗ ಕನ್ಕ್ಲೂಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅನಂತರ ಪತಂಜಲಿ ಅಷ್ಟೋತ್ತರ ಶತನಾಮಾವಳಿ ಕೂಡ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೊಡಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಲೀಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ವಿನಯ್ಜಿ. ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲೇ ಯೋಗಸೂತ್ರ ಹೇಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ವಿ ಅದೇ ಥರ ಅದನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಒಬ್ಬೊಬ್ಬರಾಗಿ ಬಂದು ಹೂವು ಇರುತ್ತೆ ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಪತಂಜಲಿಗೆ ಅರ್ಪಿಸಿ, ಅನಂತರ ಬಂದು ಮತ್ತೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸೀಟಲ್ಲೇ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಬಿಡಿ. ಒಂದು ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಫೋಟೋ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೇರಿ ತೊಗೊಳ್ಳೋಣ, ಇಂಥ ರೇರ್ ಅಕೇಶನ್ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೇರಿ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಫೋಟೋ ತೊಗೊಳ್ಳೋಣ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಗ್ರೂಪಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೇರಿ ಊಟ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೋಗೋಣ. ಪಾರ್ಸಲ್ ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು. ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಯ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ತಲೆ ಕೆಡ್ಸ್ಕೋಬೇಡಿ, ಪಾರ್ಸಲ್ ಅರೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಮನೆಗೆ. ಹೌದು, ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇವ್ರು ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇರೋವರೆಗೂ ಗಂಡ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೂ ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು.
ಅಷ್ಟೊತ್ತರ ತಾನೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಬೇಡ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ತೊಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ, ನಾನು ಎತ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಹಾಂ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕುಳಿತುಕೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತೇನೆ. ಯೋಗಾಚಾರ್ಯ ಶ್ರೀ ವಿನಯ್ ಸಿದ್ದಯ್ಯ ಯೋಗ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ನಾತಕೋತ್ತರ ಪದವಿ ಪಡೆದಿದ್ದು, ಆಯುಷ್ ಸಚಿವಾಲಯದ ಪ್ರಮಾಣೀಕೃತ ಯೋಗ ಚಿಕಿತ್ಸಕ ಮತ್ತು ಯೋಗ ಒಕ್ಕೂಟದಿಂದ RYT 500 ಮಟ್ಟದ ಪ್ರಮಾಣೀಕೃತ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರಾಗಿದ್ದು, ಅತ್ಯುನ್ನತ ಲೆವೆಲ್ 4 ಮಟ್ಟದ ಪ್ರಮಾಣೀಕೃತ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಯ್ಯಂಗಾರ್ ಯೋಗದಲ್ಲಿ ದೀರ್ಘಕಾಲದ ಅಭ್ಯಾಸಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದು 2010ರಿಂದ ಯೋಗವನ್ನು ಕಲಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದುವರೆಗೂ 2000ಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ತರಬೇತಿ ನೀಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯೋಗ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನದ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಲಾಭರಹಿತ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯಾಗಿ ಯೋಗ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠಾನ ಸ್ಥಾಪಿಸಿದ್ದು, ಯೋಗದ ಜ್ಞಾನವನ್ನು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ತಲುಪಿಸುವಂತಹ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಒಳಿತಿಗಾಗಿ ಶ್ರಮಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನನಗೆ ಈಗ ಒಂದು ಶ್ಲೋಕ ನೆನಪು ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಭಗವದ್ಗೀತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಶ್ಲೋಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಕರ್ಮಣ್ಯೇ ವಾಧಿಕಾರಸ್ತೆ ಮಾ ಫಲೇಶು ಕದಾಚನ ಮಾ ಕರ್ಮಫಲ ಹೇತು ಭೂರ್ಮಾತೆ ಸಂಗೋಸ್ತ್ವ ಕರ್ಮಣಿ. ಯಾವುದೇ ಫಲಾಪೇಕ್ಷೆಗಳಿಲ್ಲದೆ ಸಮಾಜದ ಒಳಿತಿಗಾಗಿ ಈ ಯೋಗವನ್ನು ಪಸರಿಸುವ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಿದೆ ಯೋಗ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠಾನ. ಈಗ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಕೊನೆಯ ಘಟ್ಟ. ಶ್ರೀ ವಿನಯ್ ಸಿದ್ದಯ್ಯ
ಒಂದೆರಡು ನಿಮಿಷ ಕೂತಿರಿ. ಇದು ವಿನಯ್ ಅವರು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಅದ ನಂತರ ನೀವು ಸಿಗ್ನೇಚರ್ ತಗೋಬಹುದು. ಸಾರ್ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಕೊನೆಯವರು ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋವರೆಗೂ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಬಿಡಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತೀನಿ.
ಶ್ರೀ ವಿನಯ್ ಸಿದ್ದಯ್ಯ ಅವರು ಈಗ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಕೊನೆಯ ಹಂತವನ್ನ ನಿರ್ವಹಿಸಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
Thank you. So I think if you all can settle down, we will just thank all the people who made this event happen, because that's very important that such a kind of event has happened actually today. So maybe we'll just take a small pause here. Once we'll get an autograph for everyone.
ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ ಅವ್ರು ಮುಡಿಚರು ಟಾಮ್ ಪ್ರೊಸೀಡ್. ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಹಾಂ, ஒரே நிமிஷம். அப்புறம் எல்லாரும் எடுத்துக்கலாம். சரிம்மா, கிளம்பு.
Thank you so much. And for the event like this to happen, and particularly when I heard everybody sing, right, I just thought the first thing that I have to thank you is for the wonderful audience that we have assembled here. A big round of applause. So because as Vinay Chandraji rightly mentioned, right, getting an audience to assemble like this and sing Yoga Sutras is a rare occasion, okay, and which we have achieved not just by one person, which is a collective group which has come together to sing Yoga Sutra so beautifully. Thank you all so much. And this event wouldn't have been possible without the group of many organizations coming together to make this happen today. And because if you see the diversity presentation, right, is really commendable, because you have given a detailed slide particularly for this event. Thank you so much, sir. We'll share the slide with everyone because we all have your email IDs. We'll share the slide with everyone. And definitely I want to thank Dr. A. Subramaniam, who is the Secretary of IYA Karnataka. So he and a lot of volunteers have come from all the organizations, including IYA. So thanks to all of them who have come together to make this happen. So thanks to Subramaniam ji. And Dr. Vinay Chandra Banavati, so is from the Indica Yoga. I think he has already shared about Mysore Yoga Utsava. Just a reminder for everyone. Its Utsava is happening on 12, 13, 14, 15 in Mysuru. It's a wonderful event planned across 4 days. I think there's a lot of cultural thing and yogic thing. Everything is put into this. There's a lot of effort gone into there from their side, because last time and even this time I am honored to be part of this Utsava in a small way. So thank you so much for that, and it's a wonderful event. I want everybody to be part of this event as well. So thank you so much, Dr. Vinay Chandra, and also from Indika Yoga we have Dattaji and Rajat also is here. So who have been there from the time we actually planned this event itself, right from the ideation phase. They're all together. So it's a wonderful team that we have to make this happen. And of course, Dr. Vishwanath MV. So he has taken the tough two sutras. 2 padas of Yoga Sutras, the 3rd and the 4th, the Uppinka and Uppu. So thank you so much for wonderfully delivering those 2 lectures on those 2 topics. And of course, Dr. Purushottam Bang, because whenever we wanted a venue, right, the easiest thing to get us is our Institute of Management now. So because of the support that we have constantly been getting from Professor Bang, so thank you so much for that, sir. And of course, we cannot forget the chanting team led by Akshata. And we have, I think, can we... So, can we just have the chanting team here? So, we have a small token of appreciation from all of us to the chanting team. So, I'll call the names. Akshata Rao, can you just please lead? Akshata Rao, and then Rama Shivaswamy. Rama Shivaswamy, Kavita Kamraj, Chetan P, and Govind. So they're all from Yoga Vijnana. So I wanted to mention that those who want to learn Yoga Sutra chanting, so we are here to help you out. If somebody is there, you can just definitely reach out to us, and the team is there to take it forward for you. Thank you so much for the entire chanting team for beautifully rendering the Yoga Sutras today. And also we want to thank all the volunteers, mainly before I go to volunteers, thanks to the anchors who did the event possible. Thanks to Jyoti and Dr. Veena. I think a lot of you may not know this. I think they're all having, all the people who have chanted and all the people who have done the anchoring today, they had their own busy professions. Dr. Veena, I think she was doing the anchoring part here, but she's a medical doctor in one of the famous hospitals in Bangalore, HCG hospital. She's a cancer doctor basically. And Jyoti, nobody introduced them, so I'm introducing them. Jyoti is the voice of Akashvani and also the face of Doordarshan. She's the Reddy Chanda news anchor actually. So has come and did the event. Thank you so much, Jyoti and Dr. Veena, for anchoring the event for us. And all the volunteers from Yoga Vijnana, from Indika Yoga, from IYA. So without your support, this event wouldn't have been possible. So wherever you are, I think the names are quite long here. So for those who have come together to make this event. So thank you so much for everyone who have contributed to this. And all the designs that you are all seeing on the board, and all the designs of the scripts of Yoga Sutras, the designs of Ashtottara, everything is designed by Pratibha. So he's a manager of Yoga Vijnana also. Thanks to so much Pratibha for taking care of all the design part for us. And of course, yeah, so that's about it. So before we end, we also have we'll just do some puja, Ashtottara chanting of Patanjali. I don't know how many of you knew this Patanjali Ashtottara existed. Raise your hands. How many of you knew that there's something called Ashtottara for Patanjali? You know, Vishnu Sahasranama will be there, that Sahasranama, everything will be there. But very rare to see something for Patanjali, right? That's what we have given it to you. Please take it home. So you can just keep chanting the Ashtottara also going forward, okay? So now I request, before I end, I request Subbuji to take it forward for the Ashtottara chanting. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So before they take over, Yeshana Mysore Yogotsavake Igagal register Mugisidira. How many of you finished your registration? Okay. IYA new registrations today you made. How many of you? Yaru madila lock ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ನಾನು. ಡೋರ್ ಲಾಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಮಂಜು. ಹೌದು, ಉಪನಿಷತ್ ಕೋರ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಥವಾ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಸಂಕಲ್ಪ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ಓಕೆ. ಅದೇ ಥರ ಐವೈಗೆ ನೋಡಿ, ಯೋಗೋತ್ಸವಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಮನಸ್ಸು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್, ಹೌದಾನೆ? ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟಾಗಿ ನೀವು ಹೋಗಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ 10,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಬೆಲೆ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದೇ IYA ಮೆಂಬರ್ ಆಗಿ ನೀವು ಹೋಗಿದ್ರೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಕೇವಲ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ತಮಿಳ್ ಕೇವಲ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಕನ್ನಡ ಕೇವಲ ಡ್ಯಾಶ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ತುಂಬ ಕಡಿಮೆ. ಆಯ್ತಾ, ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಾ? ಸೂಪರ್. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ IYA ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದವರಿಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಸಲಹೆಗಳಿದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಈ ಸಲಹೆ ತಮಿಳ್ ಸಲಹೆ, ಕನ್ನಡ ಸಲಹೆ ಅಡ್ವೈಸು, ತಮಿಳ್ ಸಲಹೆಗೆ ದುಡ್ಡಿನ ಡಿಸ್ಕೌಂಟು. ಆಯಿತಾ? ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಮೊದಲು IYA ಮೆಂಬರ್ಶಿಪ್ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ನಿಮಗೊಂದು ಕೂಪನ್ ಕೋಡ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ಕೂಪನ್ ಕೋಡ್ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸಿ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಮೈಸೂರು ಯೋಗೋತ್ಸವಕ್ಕೆ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಬಂದಿದ್ದವ್ರು ಯಾರಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಮೈಸೂರು ಯೋಗೋತ್ಸವ ಬಂದಿದ್ದವರು ಅಶೋಕ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಸುಮಿತ್ರಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಗೀತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ವಿನಯ್ ಅಫ್ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರ ಟೀಚರ್ ಇದ್ರು. ಹೇಗಿತ್ತು? ಹೌ ವಾಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್? ಡು ಯು ರೆಕಮೆಂಡ್ ಎವ್ರಿವನ್ ಟು ಕಮ್ ದಿಸ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ? ಯೆಸ್. ಓಕೆ, ಈಗ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಬರ್ತೀರಾ? ಕೈ ಎತ್ತಿ ನೋಡೋಣ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ವಿನಯ್ ಚಂದ್ರ ಅವರು ಬರೋರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ತುಂಬ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಸೆಷನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದ ಸಂಜೆವರೆಗೂ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. 3 ಹೊತ್ತೆ ಊಟ. ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ 1 ಹೊತ್ತೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು. ಈ ಸತಿ 3 ಹೊತ್ತೆ ಊಟ ಕೊಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿಂಗ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾ? ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಜಾಜಿನಗರಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಅದ್ಭುತವಾದಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಹೈಯರ್ ಟೇಸ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ. ಯಾವುದು? ಇಸ್ಕಾನಿಂದ ಬರೀ ಕಿಚಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಮೆನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಈಗಲೇ ಬಾಯಿಯಿಂದ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಮೆನು ಹೇಳೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಇಸ್ಕಾನಿಂದ ಬರ್ತಿದೆ. ಹೈಯರ್ ಟೇಸ್ಟ್ ಔಟ್ ಹೈಯರ್ ರೇಟ್ಸ್ ನಿಮಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಸುಲಭವಾಗಿ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅದು ಕೂಡ. ಸೊ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಮಿಸ್ ಇಟ್. ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಕಾಮಿಡೇಷನ್ ಕೊಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ತುಂಬ ಸುಂದರವಾಗಿ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಮರ ಗಿಡ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ ಅಂದರು. ಅಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋ ಕಷ್ಟ. ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಬರಬೇಕೋ ಅದು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಇದಾಗಿರುವಂಥ ಅನುಕೂಲವಾಗಿರುವಂಥ ಅಕಾಮಿಡೇಷನ್ಸ್ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಯಾರು IYA ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸ್ ಮಾತ್ರ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಕಾಮಿಡೇಷನ್ ನಾವು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಬೇರೆಯವರು ನೀವು ಲಾಡ್ಜ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಟೆಲಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ರಾಜರ ಪರಿಚಯ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಅರಮನೆಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು, ತಪ್ಪಿಲ್ಲ. ಆಯಿತಾ? ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಯಾರು ಮೊದಲು IYA ಮೆಂಬರ್ಶಿಪ್ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಮಾಡಿದವರು ಕೂಪನ್ ಕೋಡ್ ಬೇಕಿದ್ರೆ ನನಗೊಂದು ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಕೂಪನ್ ಕೋಡ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ನಿಮಗೆ. ಅನಂತರ ನೀವು ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟಾಗಿ ವೆಬ್ಸೈಟ್ ಹೋದರೆ ತುಂಬ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ, 10,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಆಯಿತಾ? ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅದನ್ನು ಕಡಿಮೆನೇ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ IYA ಮೆಂಬರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಫ್ರೀ, ಅಷ್ಟು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಓಕೆ, ಹೌದು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದ್ಸತಿ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಈ ಥರ ಸುಮಾರು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ನಡೀತಾ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಈಗ ನೀವು ಅದೇನಪ್ಪ ಹೆಸರು ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ಯೋಗ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೋರ್ಸಸ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೂ ಡಿಸ್ಕೌಂಟ್ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇರುತ್ತೆ IYA ಮೆಂಬರ್ ಆದರೆ. ಅದು ಹೊಸ ಸೆಂಟ್ರು. ಅಕಸ್ಮಾತ್ ನೀವೇನೋ MBA ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ RVIM ಅಲ್ಲಿ, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ RVIM ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಟ್ ಸೆಂಟ್ರು. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಅನ್ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಟ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ ಆಫ್ ಯಾವ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್. ಯೋಗ ಸೆಂಟರ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡೋ ದೊಡ್ಡ ವಿಷಯ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಇಂಥ ಪ್ರೆಸ್ಟೀಜಿಯಸ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಇಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಟ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ IYA, ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಯೋಗ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನ್. ಗಿವ್ ಹಿಮ್ ಅ ಗುಡ್ ಕ್ಲಾಪ್ ಫಾರ್ ಇಟ್. ಸಾರು ಒಂದು ಲೈಫ್ ಮೆಂಬರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈಗ ಪ್ಯಾಟರ್ನ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಪ್ಯಾಟರ್ನ್ ಕೇವಲ 1 ಲಕ್ಷ ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ಪ್ಯಾಟರ್ನ್ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದರ ಅಷ್ಟು ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನಮಗೆ, ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತಾ? ಸೊ ಇನ್ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಅಕಸ್ಮಾತ್ ನಾನು ಕೂಡ ಪ್ಯಾಟರ್ನ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಓಕೆ, 1 ಲಕ್ಷ. ಈ ಸದ್ಯ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಿಂದ, ಇನ್ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಇಡೀ ದೇಶದಿಂದ ಒಬ್ಬರೇ ಪ್ಯಾಟ್ರನ್, ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ 1 ಪ್ಯಾಟ್ರನ್ ಇನ್ IYA ವಾಸ್ ಪೇಡ್ 1 lakh. ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ, ಅವರ್ ಭರತ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ. ಸೊ ಹಿ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಕಮಿಂಗ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟಿಂಗ್. ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಹಿ ಕೇಳ ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್. ಅವರು ಬರ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಇಂತಹ ಅದ್ಭುತವಾದ ಟೀಚರ್ಸಿಂದ ನೀವು ಕಲಿಬೋದು. ಸೊ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಕಮ್ ಫಾರ್ ಮೈಸೂರು ಯೋಗ ಉತ್ಸವ. ಈಗ ಅಷ್ಟೋತ್ತರ ಶತನಾಮಾವಳಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರುವಾಗ ಒಬ್ಬೊಬ್ಬರಾಗಿ ಗುಂಪು ಮಾಡಬೇಡ, ಒಬ್ಬೊಬ್ಬರಾಗಿ ಬಂದು ಪತಂಜಲಿಗೆ ನೀವು ಹೂ ಸಮರ್ಪಣೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಮುಗಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಬಂದು ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಫೋಟೋ ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋಣ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಗ್ರೂಪಾಗಿ ಊಟ ಮಾಡೋಣ.
ಓಂ ಶ್ರೀಮತ್ಪತಂಜಲ್ಯಷ್ಟೋತ್ತರಶತನಾಮಾವಲಿಃ ಧ್ಯಾನಂ ಯೋಗಶಾಸ್ತ್ರಪ್ರಣೇತಾರಂ ಶಬ್ದವಿದ್ಯಾಪ್ರಕಾಶಕಂ ಆಯುರ್ವಿದ್ಯಾಪ್ರವಕ್ತಾರಂ ಪ್ರಣಮಾಮಿ ಪತಂಜಲಿಂ ಚೇತಃಶಬ್ದಶರೀರಾಣಾಂ ಶೋಧಕಂ ದೇಶಿಕೋತ್ತಮಂ ಭಕ್ತ್ಯಾ ನತ್ವಾ ಮುನಿಂ ನಾಮ್ನಾಂ अष्टोत्तरशतं रुवे अथ श्रीमद्भगवत्पतञ्जल्यष्टोत्तरशतनामावलिः ॐ श्रीमत्पतञ्जलिमहामुनये नमः ॐ योगिवर्याय नमः ॐ योगोपदेशकाय नमः ॐ योगपदव्याख्यात्रे नमः ॐ वृत्तिभेदबोधकाय नमः ॐ ईश्वरप्रणिहितचित्ताय नमः ॐ प्रणवोपासकाय नमः ॐ प्रणवतत्त्वदर्शिने नमः ॐ जपविधायिने नमः ॐ योगसाधनोपदेशकाय नमः ॐ शब्दतत्त्वप्रकाशकाय नमः ॐ शब्दविद्याफलवक्त्रे नमः ॐ वाग्योगविदे नमः ॐ श्रुत्यर्थानुग्राहकाय नमः ॐ सूत्रवाक्यार्थासेतवे नमः ॐ धर्मनियमावकल्पय नमः ॐ शब्दोपलब्धिदर्शकाय नमः ॐ दृष्टान्तोपकल्पाय नमः ॐ न्यायकदम्बाख्यात्रे नमः ॐ सूत्राक्षरमर्मविदे नमः ॐ आयुर्विद्यादेशिकाय नमः ॐ क्लेशपञ्चकविदूराय नमः ॐ अविद्यापदेशकाय नमः ॐ कर्मफलनिवृत्त्यै नमः ॐ हेयोपादेयज्ञात्रे नमः ॐ योगाङ्गोपदेशकाय नमः ॐ योगाङ्गफलवक्त्रे नमः ॐ योगसाधनसन्देशाय नमः ॐ योगपथानुवृत्ताय नमः ॐ योगीश्वराय नमः ॐ वाग्दोषविदे नमः ॐ पाणिन्याहितभावाय नमः ॐ लोकभाषणविदुषे नमः ॐ श्रुत्यर्थाभिधात्रे नमः ॐ शब्दलक्षणवक्त्रे नमः ॐ गुरुलाघवविदे नमः ॐ सर्वशाखाविज्ञात्रे नमः ॐ सूत्रविवेचकाय नमः ॐ शब्दग्रन्थोपजीव्याय नमः ॐ अक्षरानुव्याख्यात्रे नमः ॐ सूत्रानर्थव्याकर्त्रे नमः ॐ विशेषप्रतिपत्तिहेतुदर्शिने नमः ॐ पदसम्बन्धज्ञाय नमः ॐ बहुकल्पप्रदर्शकाय नमः ॐ सर्वलक्ष्याभिज्ञाय नमः ॐ वाक्याशवर्णनपराय नमः ॐ सहस्रजिह्वाय नमः ॐ आदिशेषावताराय नमः ॐ विचारधाराधराय नमः ॐ शब्दार्थभेदाभेददर्शिने नमः ॐ समाधिभेदभृते नमः ॐ प्रशान्तसिद्धिदायकाय नमः ॐ चित्तैकाग्रतापरिणामवक्त्रे नमः ॐ अध्यासभेदनिरूपकाय नमः ॐ योगभेदोपबृंहकाय नमः ॐ योगविभूतये नमः ॐ योगसोपानकल्पकाय नमः ॐ अणिमादिसिद्धिदाय नमः ॐ कैवल्यपथदर्शिने नमः। ॐ वैराग्यहेतुबोधकाय नमः। ॐ मुनिश्रेष्ठाय नमः। ॐ मुनिविन्दिताय नमः। ॐ दोषत्रयापहर्त्रे नमः। ॐ गोनर्दीयाय नमः। ॐ गोणिकापुत्राय नमः। ॐ योगसूत्रकृते नमः। ॐ महाभाष्यनिर्मात्रे नमः। ॐ वैद्यशास्त्रप्रवर्तकाय नमः। ॐ व्याख्यानिपुणाय नमः। ॐ योगिगम्याय नमः। ॐ अखण्डार्थविदे नमः। ॐ क्रियास्वरूपबोधकाय नमः। ॐ सङ्ख्यातत्त्वविदे नमः। ॐ कालविभागदर्शकाय नमः। ॐ सूक्ष्मकालवेदिने नमः। ॐ ओङ्कारव्याख्यात्रे नमः। ॐ द्रव्यपदनिर्वाचकाय नमः। ॐ स्फोटभेदाभायिने नमः। ॐ शब्दगुणवक्त्रे नमः। ॐ ध्वनिभेददर्शकाय नमः। ॐ कुणिदर्शनाश्रिताय नमः। ॐ विधिनिपातार्थवक्त्रे नमः। ॐ सूक्ष्मविचारशीलाय नमः। ॐ लोकवाक्यविशारदाय नमः। ॐ लोकवन्दिताय नमः। ॐ ध्यानमग्नाय नमः। ॐ प्रसन्नचित्ताय नमः। ॐ प्रसन्नवदनाय नमः। ॐ प्रसन्नवपुषे नमः। ॐ पूतान्तःकरणाय नमः। ॐ कैवल्यदर्शिने नमः। ॐ सिद्धिभेददर्शिने नमः। ॐ ध्यानस्वरूपाभिधायकाय नमः। ॐ चित्तसङ्करविदूराय नमः। ॐ चित्तप्रसादनदर्शकाय नमः। ॐ योगपटलाभिधात्रे नमः। ॐ क्लेशकर्मनिवर्तकाय नमः। ॐ स्वरूपस्थिताय नमः। ॐ परमकारुणिकाय नमः। ॐ विवेकख्यातये नमः। ॐ महर्षये नमः। ॐ महायोगिने नमः। ॐ मोक्षपथदर्शकाय नमः। ॐ मुमुक्षुजनवन्दिताय नमः। ॐ अमोघफलदात्रे नमः। ॐ अतजनवत्सलाय नमः। ॐ त्रिकरणशुद्धिदाय नमः। ॐ महायोगीश्वरेश्वराय नमः। ॐ श्रीपातञ्जलमिदं नाम्नाम् अष्टोत्तरशतन्तु ये भक्त्या युक्ताः पठेयुस्ते प्राप्नुवन्ति परं पदम् इति श्रीमद्भगवत्पतञ्जल्यष्टोत्तरशतनामावलिः। ॐ शान्तिः शान्तिः शान्तिः।
Thank you so much. Now I request Sridharan sir. Okay, okay.
When he's doing Aarti, he wants to sing this. He don't want to sing that.
Okay.
இந்த சாங்
அப்பாவோடது எழுதியிருக்காரு.
ஆமா
யோகேன சித்தஸ்யவா
இல்ல இல்ல
பாட்டா
Compose his own song.
யா
நீங்க பண்ண அப்புறமா வீல் டு
என்ன பண்ண போறீங்க?
நீங்க பண்ண அப்புறமா வீல் டு யோகேன சித்தஸ்ய வீல் 3 கேன்
யா
அது பண்ணுங்க முதல்ல யோகேன சித்தஸ்.
சரி.
I tell you, நான் தான் பண்ணிட்டேன் யோகேன சித்தஸ்.
இல்ல he is doing
ஆரத்தி பண்ணும்போது சொல்லுங்க.
அதுக்கு தான் நான் பாடுறேன்.
பாட்டு.
That is what I am going to do in Tamil, my composition. It is Yogena Chittasya.
ஸ்ருதி போட்டுக்கிறியா? ஸ்ருதி எல்லாமே பாடுறியா?
ரெடி ஆகுது. அவர் ரெடி ஆயிட்டாரா?
அவர் ரெடி ஆயிட்டார். கையில வச்சு
ரெடி ஆயிட்டாரா? 1 minute. ஓ தம்புரா. ஓ தம்புரா வேணும். 1 second.
போட்டுமா? இங்கிட்ட இருக்கு தம்புரா. என்ன ஸ்ருதி?
ஆயிரம் தலையுடைய அரவரசை அனுதினம் துதிப்போம் நாம் அனந்தனை. ஆயிரம் தலையுடைய அரவரசை அனுதினம் துதிப்போம் நாம் அனந்தனை. பாயாய் பரமனுக்கே பணிபுரியும் அவன் பாரோர் உய்யவே பதஞ்சலியானான். பாயாய் பரமனுக்கே பணிபுரியும் அவன் பாரோர் உய்யவே பதஞ்சலியானான். ஆயிரம் தலையுடைய அரவரசை அனுதினம் துதிப்போம் நாம் அனந்தனை. காயம் திடமாக ஆயுர்வேதம் தூய மனம் பெற யோக தத்துவம். காயம் திடமாக ஆயுர்வேதம் தூய மனம் பெற யோக தத்துவம். வாய்ச்சொல் வளமுற வகுத்தான் இலக்கணம் தூயோன் மலர்பதம் தொழுதே நிற்போம். வாய்ச்சொல் வளமுற வகுத்தான் இலக்கணம் தூயோன் மலர்பதம் தொழுதே நிற்போம். ஆயிரம் தலையுடைய அரவரசை அனுதினம் துதிப்போம் நாம் அனந்தனை. This is a composition by me in Tamil. This is exactly the translation of Yogena Chittasya. Thank you. I want to thank Vinay, and I may not be. I would not have been here in Bangalore. It's not. My daughter has just shifted. I just returned from US after 6 months, and it happens. It happens. And I tell you, you have a great asset in Vinay. Of course, Sububaya, no doubt about it. And yeah, all of you together. I find a great this thing. So I think I am an vice president of the Executive Council of IYA, which is an important body in that. I tell you, this Karnataka chapter is doing so nicely, exceedingly well. I think you are also. And one or two things before we close, in matter of interest to you. Yesterday, I am a member of the Central Council for Research in Yoga and Naturopathy, CCRYN. Yesterday in Yes Vyasa, we had to do some pitching. For 4 or 5 of us were there. All the other 4 were IIT. In fact, I don't. Maybe you know Mohan Rag. Mohan had come yesterday. So others are all IIT doctors. I am only an ordinary person. So we had about 15 entries of various apps in yoga, which is the next thing that is coming up. The use of AI in yoga, I think you should take it up and do some presentations and see what is going, what can we do with that. I read a book called Deep Medicine in San Diego, and the doctor has written a book on how artificial intelligence is going to help medicine. Are we to throw out the artificial intelligence? Yoga has nothing to do with artificial intelligence. It is there. So what will you do? That's the next thing that you have. It is before you.
No, just to add on to whatever he was trying to say, right? I think when I am associated with IIT Hyderabad, so I can say that last year we did Yoga Tech Conclave for the very first time in IIT Hyderabad. I think where we just lot of IWA members came here, but we plan to do a lot of other events like as he suggested in the future also. We definitely with IIT Hyderabad is one of the strongest partners for us in all these events actually. So thank you.
One interesting before you go, you see, as I was preparing these slides, 25 slides, I have completed, and generally I also share with someone before. My daughter is also a qualified yoga teacher. We were traveling about 2-3 days back in a car, in a taxi, private taxi, and I was in the front. I was telling her, this is what I'm going to present on Saturday in English completely. And at the end of it, you will believe that the driver, he told, so I was following, in Kannada he was telling, I was following whatever he was saying. I had a lot of heaviness in my head. It has gone now.
We'll have a group picture. First, I request all the members of IWA Karnataka to come.